limited super stocks. Johnny's Deere, Julie's Nightmare will get us started there with Jordan Eccles out of Blair, Wisconsin. And I believe we're going to 85 limited pro stocks here on the pit side to get us started with Andrew Tolke on the Wife's Nightmare out of New Haven, Missouri.
Yeah, and those are just two of the tractor classes that we have here tonight. You're going to see competitors from the Champions Tour with the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League out here. You're going to see the Hearts Diesel Silver Series and the Champion Seed Western Series. So we have tractors, we have trucks, and oh, by the way, we've got mini modifieds as well. So we've got a perfect mix of diesel smoke and alcohol power to hit the track tonight.
And these light limiteds on the grandstand side there, they put on a great little show last night. A little bit of hiccup there about the 100 to 150 foot marker there. We'll see if that hard pan or whatever little issue that track had last night, hopefully that worked itself out here tonight. They put on a great little show. We saw probably the longest distances of the night. I think we had some 360 and change passes, if my memory serves me correct there. But Josie Otto collected the win there last night. And the blue tractors were tough last night. That was very evident in that class. Blue tractors came to play here at the Southern Illinois Showdown.
Well, and this is a nice class, too, because there's lots of different manufacturers. You know, sometimes if you watch a group of super farms, you know, you're going to see mostly green. You're going to see a handful of red. If you watch pro stocks, you're definitely going to see all red and then all green and then maybe a red one. You know, but here you've got a little bit of everything. You know, there's a white in the field. You've got some cases. You've got some Fords. So Alice Chalmers. So there's a little bit of everything for everyone. And I think that just makes the class even better when you've got that variety.
Yeah, they do a wonderful job with the rules to try to blend different motor types together. We'll touch base on those when they start going down the track here, but they weigh in with the different motors. They have different weight combinations but they're roughly around that 6,000 to 6,500 pounds, depending on their power plant there. So kind of like a light super, where all the old light super chassis from back in the day, all the cast light super chassis, this is where they kind of come to retire. They sit as for a terminology to use at least. So glad to see these chassis in use. We'll see plenty of for example, like the Notorious tractor used to campaign as a light super here in the state of Illinois for a long, long time. Glad to see it here back as a light limited super stock. Getting us started here, Johnny's Deere, Julie's Nightmare, Jordan Eccles out of Blair, Wisconsin on the John Deere. Out of gear there, or popped out of gear. I seemed pretty aggressive to pop out of gear. I think we might have broke some stuff there on Julie's Deere.
Well, and especially aggressive if it's popping the pins out of the side shields like that. You know, that's not something that you normally see. So they're going to try to see if it is obtainable for him to go back to the sled. He is the test puller. He does get two. You can see him working that shifter. So I think you're right. I think that we've got a gear issue there. So it could be stuck. And now they're calling for a tow tractor. And so, you know, that is definitely not the way that Jordan Eccles wanted this to play out. You know, it's a little bit of pressure to be the test puller, to come out here. It's a fresh sled setting. Nobody knows what the track is going to do because it's just been rolled in out here. And so for him to come out and have that kind of breakage is just so disappointing for him. So how about it, ladies and gentlemen? How about a tough luck round of applause here for Jordan Eccles and Johnny's Deere, Julie's Nightmare.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see here at the end of the season. Luckily, it is the end of the season, so they can take it back and they can start working on here in the winter months and get ready for winter pulling. But yeah, just something Gear Train just not happy there. As we'll move on to capital expense, then Greg Braun out of Jeff City, Missouri, will be the next competitor there in our light limited side.
So we'll wait and get the Johnny's Deere, Julie's Nightmare cleared off the track. And then we will try to clear our track on our 8,500 limited pro stock tractors brought to you tonight by Sandcrest Specialized Transport. This is going to be the Wife's Nightmare and Andrew Tolke from New Haven, Missouri. He will be last night. So that's kind of a good kind of check-in on the class to see what we've got as we're measuring our test puller.
Yeah, they've had kind of just a run where you want to go season. They haven't really ran for points anywhere, just kind of made some hooks here and there. And they've had either great success this summer or it's just not been a good night for the Tolkien family there. But Andrew finally finding some success last night there. What kind of distance did we get there, Liz?
322 and 74. So 322 and 74. So that is a large mark there early on in the class, and I think that as cloudy and as hazy as it's been today, I think we're going to see the track stay pretty consistent too. You know, we're not going to see very much temperature change. It's not like we've got the sun kind of beating down on the track out here to take that moisture off the top layer, and you've got to kind of wait for it to get, you know, ground up from underneath. So I think we're going to see a nice, fair, consistent class here. So look for those types of numbers here from the rest of the field. We've got 16.
And the capital expense getting back into the green sled on the east track here. The capital expense, Greg Braun out of Jeff City, Missouri, the little boxcar Magnum, longtime competitor here in the light and limited super stock division. Good looking mini boxcar, looking to be our first official hook here in our light limited super stock class. We want to talk about our sleds. We'd like to thank our sled operators, J.R. Quant and Justin, our sled operators here tonight on the red Optima Bungard sled and the LS Tractor green sled here tonight, part of the X Factor Motorsports. 9 sleds that they own, the Bungard family does. I believe all 9 of them are in competition this weekend. So as we reach the end of the season there, the sleds are still busy, and the sleds are ready for a rebuild as well. They've been a lot of hooks this summer. They've done a wonderful job for us last night, and will do another wonderful job for us here this evening.
All right, Greg, that's a change back. We've got a green light, a green flag. We'll see what he can do here for our light limit. It's Greg Braun, Jeff City, Missouri, the capital expense.
Serves me correct, last night in the light limited, that was the first pass as well, right there off to that left side. And that's usually the line here and that left track. Now, the Medding family proved me wrong last night in the Pro Stock class, but he had a nice little pass there, did Mr. Greg Braun there on the capital expense machine, going just a hair to the left there to get us started for our light limited supers here tonight.
Good distance too, 314 and 92, 314.92. That will be the mark set for the class, and that was a much more controlled hook than we saw last night too. These light limiteds, sometimes very tame, very methodical, very textbook, what you would normally see out of a hook, but most of the time they're going to be a little cantankerous. They're going to be a little wild right off the line.
Yeah, when you're making 1,800 horse at 6,000 pounds, even with big tires, you gotta control that beast. Up next will be the brute force machine of Mr. Tim Picey out of Dorchester, Wisconsin. That's one of those, this poll here, that was kind of an invitational. They were trying to get other tractors from different groups and try to blend the rules a little bit better to try to broaden their perspective. Guns and a boxcar Magnum there. Beautiful pass there by Nathan Berkner on the It's Just Money 7240 Magnum. Looks like the silent partner unknown will be up next. Cody Hazley out of Manchester, Iowa for our 85 limited pro stocks here tonight. And should have the brute force machine on the green sled. He'll be running a bigger motor at a less weight. He'll be weighing 6250 here tonight, but he is allowed a 470 motor with a 3.4 or 3.4 inlet turbocharger on top of it. So he gets to run a little bit bigger turbo, but he has to take off some weight compared to some of the Missouri tractors that will be weighing 65 here tonight, and they're 410 cubic inches with a air-to-water intercooler underneath the hood. So lots of different motor ideas that you can have here. We also have some alcohol tractors that we'll get to later in our light limited super stock class. Great little class, as well as our 85 limited pro stocks. Just another textbook staple class here at the track at Holzhauer's. If I had to guess, that for sure the 85 limited pro stocks have probably been at every hook here at the track at Holzhauer's since its conception back in 2011 or 12, if my memory serves me correct.
Yeah, we love seeing them, and they show up in big numbers tonight. Like you said earlier, there are 16 of them, 16 of these light limited super stocks. I also love seeing the variety in this light limited super class, the fact that they can use different tires too. And so we're gonna see the big 30.5s right now on this one, on this Ford right here. And so it's gonna have a wider footprint. It's gonna churn a little bit more dirt, but that is kind of the requirement for this
Sayonara, brute force doing just that down the track. Brute force getting her down the tractor. I thought there for a second those big tires were going to come back and haunt him there. He was flirting with that white chalk line there. Oh, so close. And it seemed like he started drifting over a little bit and had to get on the brake. And you can kind of see where he turned a little bit there, tried to get about 2 foot away from that white chalk line. You touch that white chalk line, you will be DQ'd here tonight. So don't want to do that. I want to keep her inbounds there. What kind of distance we got, Liz?
brute force goes 348 and 57, 348 and 57. So don't despair. They did build the track extra long out there. We've probably got 375, 400 feet of track. Not that we want to run them that far, but that is available out there. So when they start to kind of flirt with it at 348, just a few tractors deep into the field here, we don't have to worry about resetting the sled and starting the class over. We know with that floating finish line that we can do that. Now bringing you back up to speed over here on our Sandcrest Specialized Transport 8500 Limited Pro Stock tractors. The It's Just Money put a big number on the board at 336 and 53. Up next here, chasing him down, is going to be the silent partner and Cody Hasey from Manchester, Iowa. So we're seeing these distances kind of grow a little bit. Guys are watching what's happening out here on the track, making some of those minor adjustments that they're allowed to make in the pits after they cross the scales. Each tractor here tonight will be scaled, which means that everybody weighs the same, and then they'll also have their hitch measured. They've got a maximum hitch height. They can lower that if they're trying to get a little bit more control of their vehicle. Exactly where our drivers did not want to go last night, but he does a great job just letting it float over there to the sideline so he doesn't have to use any brakes, and he logs a distance of 338 and 37. That was deceiving. I didn't think he made it that far.
Yeah, that's a good pass indeed. I believe that'll be your new leader there for the silent partner. And Cody had a nice pass there. Just like you said, usually that right line on this right track is not it. I've only seen one pass ever work down here, and it took a lot of horsepower and a lot of wheel speed, and that was out of a pro stock to make it, because there always seems to be just a little divot down here right in front of the crow's box here. And well, Cody, I think he didn't have much of a choice. I think the tractor was going to take him there, and he made it work though. He made it work and took the lead.
Great job driving, just letting it rip and headed towards that sideline and just letting it float. This is Whistling Dixie, Chris Moore from Winchester, Ohio. Green flag out from our Finnish flagman out there, Jerry Nelson. He'll then point to Mike Etzkorn there. He's at the 100-foot mark. Giving him the green flag. That chain is tight, and we are ready to rock. Right where the graphics are, where it says Whistling Dixie, you could see just a little bit of flame the entire time that he was going down the track. Now, the interesting thing about an alcohol fire is it's super deadly because a lot of times you can't see it. Like we saw that flame kind of splash to the ground and then it went out. Well, it could still be hot, it could still be going, but sometimes it's invisible out there. So that's why they're taking extra measures to look under the hood, to spray the ground, to make sure that everything is out.
And I believe we're getting a pull-off vehicle there. That is our first alcohol-powered machine of the night in the class. That's what I love about that light limited super stock class. There, you know, there's about 4 different motor types you could have. You can have an alcohol-powered, and then you can have about 3 different other configurations of a motor combination to make horsepower here. They're making about 1,700 horse there, trying to get it planted down on the big 24.5 or 30.5 tires there. Our first little excitement of the night, so hopefully no more excitement there. Nobody likes a fire. That usually causes more work for them, and we don't want that for our pullers, of course.
And he will log a distance of 271.04. 271.04 will be the distance there for Whistling Dixie. So kudos to them getting it stopped, and you could tell it just wasn't happy really the whole way down the track. It just really, you could hear those RPMs kind of buzz up and come back down with each time, you know, kind of each time that front end would come up, and it just never really got very happy. So this will be the night moves and Darren Horstmeyer from Kingdom City, Missouri. Something a little bit different here that you don't see. Apparently having some issues with reverse. So was able to pull out onto the track, get in the position that he wanted to be to back up to the sled. And so they simply just made an accommodation here. So they pulled the sled forward, hooked him up, and then drug him back to the starting line since he couldn't do it under his own free will. So wanted to make sure that he could get his shot at the track tonight.
He's your big winner from last night, Darren Horstmeyer. The Horstmeyer family, they're a staple in Missouri tractor pulling, in my personal opinion. They have campaigned many a vehicle out of that Kingdom City farm place there. At least 4 to 5 vehicles I can think of, at least in my lifetime of watching tractor pulling, between a 401, some light limited supers, some light supers, and this 85 limited pro stock. They have a 401 that they're working on for next year, so excited to see that get out. And they just got a light super put together as well, and that thing runs mean. So, but just have the 85 here tonight. Shares the seat with his kids, but Dad's doing the driving here tonight. Along the way there, and I don't think he'll be enough to grab the lead here.
He'll go 3:21 and 16. 3:21 and 16 for the night moves.
And our light limited super stock side will have the bad idea. Cole Robinson, number 1 of 2 of the Robinson family out of Lucerne, Missouri. They're running a 410 cubic inch diesel machine underneath the hood there, that 656, beautiful looking machine. Prairie Performance power plant underneath the hood there with an air water intercooler. And no strangers here to the light limited super stock class. The mean running little machines that the Robinson family has here. We'll see what the first one does here. The bad idea. Bad news will be on deck, and the Blue Power Express will be in the hole. We'd like to thank our track sponsors, of course, here tonight. Seavers Equipment for the use of their Case IH needs from the Holy Land of Hoyleton just down the road. Brakeman Brothers John Deere out of Oakville, Centralia, Breeze, and Farina for the use of their John Deere equipment.
Great job driving, just kind of waiting for it to settle in out there. Got a little sideways on him. Did a little shimmy shake all the time, like it was doing the twist the whole way down the track. And you don't want it to rock back and forth on those tires. You want them to be firmly planted square. And it goes 328 and 88, 328 and 88. I can't imagine what the distance would have been though if he could have got those tires locked into the track. And that's just the big difference here is if they're fighting to try to stay balanced, they're going to use the power to balance out instead of going forward here. So good effort there, and you can tell it's a strong running tractor with lots of power.
Yeah, that seems to be the kind of the debate in the light limited super stock classes. What tires should I run? Because you can run 24.5s, you can run the big 30s. Sometimes some tracks like the 24.5s more than they do the 30s. Just because you've got a bigger tire doesn't always mean that you're going to get more out of it. You're going to have a lot more surface area for it to have to work. You'll have a lot more surface area to get it to spin. And if it does get to walking, you're going to have a lot more tire that's going to be bouncing back and forth. But so far, they've kept them 30s on for the past few years here, and they've seemed to make it work, but just not working out here this evening.
This is the Showtime 2. Craig Shoei from Herman, Missouri. Finished up 8th last night in the field. And it's interesting, you know, the track is about 40 feet wide, and so our competitors here tonight can put that cone to spot the sled anywhere that they want to. But for the most part, in our Sandcrest Specialized Transport 8500 Limited Pro Stock class, we've seen everybody just be in the middle. Or you'll notice they'll move it about 1 or 2 feet to the right or the left to try to give themselves a fresh set of tread or a fresh set of dirt for their tires as they make it down there. So just being really conservative here, spotting that sled in the middle of the track.
Yes, his trailer partner Andrew Tolkey got us started here out of New Haven. We'll see what the number 2 tractor there out of the Shoei and Tolkey pulling team has in store here. Craig does the driving for the semi to get him here. Andrew does the talking for sure. But we'll see what Showtime has in store here. Well, I think he was aiming for the right side of the track there. He seemed to drive it on down through here, and I think he had a nice little pass there. I don't know if it'll be enough to grab the lead here, but a good strong pass there by the Showtime machine, Craig Shoei.
So the silent partner is our leader currently at 338 and 37. And Showtime will go 313 and 318 and 81. 318 and 81. So just a bit back.
And that'll bring up Brandon Busby up next to the Buzzin' Buck. John Deere 4455 out of Tamaroa, Illinois. Chaotic on deck and minor disturbance in the hole. On our light limit super stock side, we should have bad news. Mr. Skyler Smith out of Bell, Missouri. better.
But kudos to him, and the thought process of the driver there is maybe if I stay in it, it'll iron itself out and it'll smooth out, because sometimes that happens. And so just keeping that right arm as stiff as possible, pouring all the fuel to it. He'll go 257 and 94, 257 and 94. And I guess that's one of the reasons, Eli, that they wear those 5-point safety harnesses.
Yeah, thanks. You know, passes like that are definitely why we have these roll cages. And it's crazy just to think of the extra amount of safety that we put on, especially, and I'd say about the last 3 to 4 years, the extra turbo containments that we have. You know, they have to run a blanket around the turbocharger. They have to run an exhaust star, another piece of metal on the back side of the turbocharger, and one on the front side of the turbocharger, and a sleeve on the intake pipe just to keep them turbochargers contained in here. And just all the extra little safety things that we have here, just to keep our drivers safe, but more importantly, to keep our spectators safe and all our crew workers as well.
Well, it's just like anything, you know, the technology just keeps getting better and better. You know, our phones keep getting faster, and so do our tractors. And so everybody wants to go fast, no matter who you are. But sometimes going fast comes at a cost.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier in the night, that a lot of those chassis on that light limited super stock side are old super stocks from back in the 90s, early 2000s, etc. And with that, they're making about the same amount of power that they did then with, at that time they had 3 or 4 turbochargers. All these tractors have 1 turbocharger and about the same kind of cubes. So if that's anything to the turbo technology and engine technology that we've had in the last 20 some odd years, that's impressive. And the Buzz and Buck for our Sandcrest Transport 85 of the Limited Pro Stocks will be up next. Brandon Busby out of Tamaroa, Illinois. Chasing down the silent partner. Canyon
Catch it. We'll find out here for our John Deere in class here.
He was looking for there, a little bit of issues there.
And a lot more blow-by than I think that he was looking for out the bottom. When we talk about blow-by, that's the oil getting past the rings, and the engine is the complicated version. But basically what you're looking for is you're looking for fluid from the belly of the tractor. That's where that blow-by is coming, and so that's usually an indication that something is very, very wrong there.
Especially when you reach the end of the season. We like to call it Casper the Ghost underneath there. And at the end of the season, usually Casper is pretty well seen there, as well worn as some of these machines are. A lot of huffing and puffing throughout the season here. What kind of distance we got there, Les?
266 and 79, 266 and 79. But it kind of brought up a trend that we've been seeing, is the track really pulling those tractors over here to the right-hand side.
I wonder if anybody will get crazy and try to run the right side. I doubt it.
Usually there's one pass there. There's always one pass. Whether it's good or not, that's what's to be determined, but there's always one pass there.
Hey, if you take the lead, it was a great pass. If you take the lead, it's the key, just like you said.
This is Josie Otto, the winner from last night, the Blue Power Express. And, you know, the biggest thing we noticed from her run was that it was so smooth. And that's the same thing that we saw from the Brute Force and Tim Peisig earlier. And that's the mark to beat right now at 3:48 and 57, is that it was a smooth pass. Took a lot of power. It was a little bit more methodical. It was a little bit slower than what we normally see. Yeah, that was an important hook for her, because I know that she's got a narrow lead in the points, you know, coming in here tonight. I think they're going to close out their season here this weekend. You know, she had a 4-point lead last night, did really well for herself with that win, so gained a few more. And she'll put herself in the mix here at 3:26 and 73. 3:26 and 73 for the Blue Power Express. That looks like that's good enough right now for third place.
And that'll bring up the second tractor for the Robinson family. Wyatt doing the drive in the shake and bake machine out of Lucerne, Missouri. Craig Hull on deck and Ben Coulter in the hole. 85 Limited Pro Stock side. We'll go to the chaotic of Mr. Andy Colwell out of Eugene, Missouri. He will be up next on a beautiful looking white International 1066. A new tractor to the state of Missouri. Tractor was originally built out in, I believe, Colorado or Nebraska. Then we bought it, brought it over to Missouri, had to give her a little rework, and we're ready to rock and roll here for the 85 Limited Pro Stocks this season. When you pick the proud gear and not proud enough to turn said proud gear. But still a nice little pass there for the chaotic Andy Colwell doing the driving.
3:11 and 77 will be the mark for the team. 3:11 and 77.
On our light limited super stock side, we'll bring up the shake and bake. He's currently sitting second in points for the light limited super stocks on the Western Series there. Got to get ahead of Josie Otto.
And then he's going to need a little bit of help too. That's the other thing, is that, you know, Josie did her job last night in the Blue Power Express and she got herself that win. So gained some more points for herself. And the interesting thing, how the points work, it's actually 2 points per position. So if someone gets first, they get 50, second is 48, then 46, and so on. So he's going to need to get ahead of her. And then he's going to need some help for some other tractors to get between them to help give him an advantage. And I think that that in itself is the hardest part about truck and tractor pulling, is that if you go out there and you do the very best that you can do with your tractor or your truck on the track that you're given, and you take the lead, you're supposed to be happy with that, because, you know, the track can change and the conditions can change and all that. But knowing that you poured it all out there and then somebody came later and got around you, that's just a hard pill to swallow. So, you know, I think that that's the thing about being a competitor here in truck and tractor pulling, is that you got to have a right mindset, knowing that, you know, if I can go out there, do the best that I can with the setup that I've got and the engine combination that I've brought to the track, that I've got to be happy with that, even if you don't win. And I'm a competitor, I like to win, so I don't know if pulling could really be for me at all. So a really similar line that we've seen earlier in the center of the track. We saw Josie come over here to the right-hand side, moving it back to the middle. Same path we saw from Cole, his teammate. They've had ample time to share information, to make changes, and to prepare for this. This is what a team tractor is all about.
We'll see if they can get that little 410 move and prove it. A little shake bake. He burned it in at least. He picked the right gear, that's for sure there. Made magic happen here at the track at Holzhauer's.
Well, and it definitely made him work for it as well. We saw the one wheeling, the wheel stands, a little bit of wheelie bar action there to bring him back down, and then finally straightened out about the 200-foot mark. and he goes 3:43 and 33. And how about it? He's put himself in second place, and he's gained a few points, and he's opened the door to make this very, very interesting.
Yep, his brother snuck in there right behind him, then Josie. So it'll be down to the wire here as we go through here. Definitely going to need some more of the points tractors to find their way in between there to really help themselves out there. That'll bring up the International 656 of Craig Hole out of Oskaloosa, Iowa. Will be up next. Lunchbox on deck and Z-Ride in the hole here for our light and limited super stocks. Should have the beautiful looking 7R here. The minor disturbance of the Arnold family. Brian Arnold doing the drive here out of Showdown, Illinois.
Looking to chase down the silent partner.
Good looking shot straight up the gut. And he'll go 3:24 and 79. 3:24 and 79. Looks like that'll be just good enough for third place. So mixing it up a little bit. Still the silent partner out there at 3:38 and 37. 3:38 and 37 for the silent partner. That's your leader over here on our limited pro stock track.
And that'll bring up the first entry of the Barling-Kazuzik polling team, the Dirty Possum polling team. Conveniently, they poll numbers right next to each other, right? Dirty will go first, and then the Possum will follow up right after that. And not only do we have that, we've got brother versus sister here tonight, Esden versus Ellie. Esden will be on the Dirty Machine, and Ellie will be on her Possum. We'll see what kind of another little race in between the race here, between brother and sister for our 85 Limited Pro Stocks. Light limited side, we should have a International 656 of Craig Hole out of Oskaloosa, Iowa. Up next on our light limiteds, still chasing down the brute force machine of Mr. Tim Byseek, still sitting out there at 3:48 and change is where the pay dirt currently sits for our light limited super stocks for our 85 limited pro stocks. The silent partner unknown still sitting out there at 3:38 and change as well. That is where the pay dirt currently sits for both sides here tonight. Reach almost the halfway point here in the class. There and a beautiful look at 656 out of the Hawkeye State. Craig Hole getting a hold of her for sure. We're going to have ourselves a new leader there, ladies and gentlemen. 3:51 and 24. 3:51 and 24 will move the leader pylon to the state of Iowa there. Craig Hole on his International 656. Maybe this track's starting to turn in their favor here, especially as we get to the tail end of the class here.
We're seeing that it'll take a lot of power and that it'll line itself out at the top end, so that's exciting to see.
That'll bring up Ben Coulter up next on the lunchbox. AC out of Paxton, Illinois for our light limited super stocks.
Esden Bartling from Nashville, Illinois here, and riding dirty. Ended up in just inside the top 5 last night. And we've seen some good hooks out of this side as well. Seeing if it come back around and contend with that 338 mark.
By the Dirty Machine, but just no track there to grab. Not the, I won't say the wrong gear, just not the right pass here this evening.
And one of the things I've noticed is that the hooks are just a little bit slower. We don't see a lot of the ground speed, so that means that our tractors are not getting quite the hole shot that they need out here to get the power to the ground more efficiently early, so that they can get that ground speed up before the box tops off on the sled and gets really, really heavy. He'll go 3:15 and 78. 3:15 and 78.
So we'll keep that number in mind as his little sister Ellie will be up next. She's got to at least beat that. Well, the win would be great, but you got to at least beat your brother there. So 3:15 is at least her mark to beat, and anything after that is just a prize. On our light limited side, we will move to the lunchbox. AC Machine out of Paxton, Illinois. Mr. Ben Coulter doing the driving here. Had a little bit of issues getting her lit last night. Hopefully we reworked her, and they have been trying to figure out this tractor. They're a brand new build for the 2025 season, and they have not been able to take it to the dyno. They've just been taking her to the track dyno. So they've just been making passes with it and doing some talking with some competitors and see what they could do to help them line them out and get this machine moving. And beautiful, beautiful looking machine there. The Row Crop Mafia pulling team, the Lunchbox is the name of this little AGCO. And that's upsetting because they just got it put back together a couple weeks ago for probably, I'm going to say, something of the same issue there. A little bit of driveline issues there. It looks like something let go there at the end. Hopefully the motor's fine there, but I'm going to say that something in the transmission or rear end land is probably not okay there.
Still a respectable distance, 294 and 78, 294 and 78. We're going to be seeing the 5.0 tractors, the Pro Stocks, a little bit later on tonight. All 5.0 Pro Stock drivers report to your vehicles. All 5.0 drivers report to your vehicles.
That'll bring up the Z-Ride, our lone white here tonight. David Zinn out of Potosi, Wisconsin, looking to do battle with his alcohol-powered machine here. Still chasing that beautiful-looking 656 that just took the lead in the light limited super stock side of things. On our Sandcrest Transport 85 Limited Pro Stocks, we should have Miss Ellie Bartling backing into the saddle there, trying to beat her brother and trying to take home the win here at her home hook here of Nashville, Illinois.
And this is where things would get a little dicey for me because, you know, as team tractors, you're supposed to share info, but I'm not sharing info with my brother so that he can beat me, and vice versa. I'm not sure he's not sharing info with his sister so she can kick his butt either.
I'm sure Danny's probably going to favor Ellie. That would be my guess. my guess here tonight. We'll see what happens here for Ellie.
To going out of bounds, and that's why she stopped her run short. Boy, at that 225 mark, she just really started pumping those brakes hard. and then the track just kept bringing her this way. Avoided the Dairy Queen DQ and ended up with a 3:08 and 71. Really impressive there for the young lady from Nashville, Illinois.
But that means Esden's going to have bragging rights here tonight amongst the Bartling family.
I think there's also some bragging rights for keeping it in bounds when it gets a little out of control too. So I think she's going to be all right.
And the Z-Ride making its way to the track there. Longtime competitors. They used to run 2 vehicles, only have one with us here tonight. And we'll see what Dave Zen's got in store here for that white-powered alcohol machine.
The top Pro Pulling League drivers use Hot Shot Secret fluids for additives for a reason. It works. The same performance and protection gained from Hot Shot Secret's adrenaline racing fluids are available for your daily driver with FR3 friction reducer. Using proprietary nano lubricants, you won't find anything else like it. Available nationwide at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Advance Auto Parts, AutoZone, Walmart, Amazon, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Stop over and see Matt at the booth and ask him how Hot Shots can keep your daily driver running stronger. Z-Ride cruising right out there. Being a contender. He's going to go 3:43 and 47, and that will definitely mix things up. That'll be good enough for third, and that'll put him right behind Wyatt Robinson, which, Eli, is just one more tractor to add a couple points between him and the Blue Power Express. Okay, so correction, that's going to put him just in front of Wyatt. So that's not going to help him in the points, unfortunately. Super close, 3:43.47 and 3:43.33. So a difference of 0.14, which if you do the calculations on that, that's going to be 1.5 inches. So that's what's separating those two positions right now.
Missouri, nice strong pass there up the gun. They're going to be a little short of the leader flag, but a good solid pass there. Not going to be enough to catch the silent partner right now.
.306 and 95 going to be the distance for the second time around. 3:06 and 95. That's going to leave 5 left in the category. Currently, it's the silent partner on top. It's Just Money second. Minor Disturbance in third. Night moves fourth. And fifth is going to be Showtime so far. And we've got 5 to go here in the category. We did learn that the Wife's Nightmare is going to drop their hook. And so we'll see them once again here in this Sandcrest Specialized Transport 8500 Limited Pro Stock class.
That'll bring up the Pinckney Bottom Deer. Up next, Aaron Niemeyer doing the driving out of Marthasville, Missouri. He was your winner last fall on a Saturday night. He likes a Saturday night. And I believe that's 3 in a row on Saturday night for him, if my memory serves me correct, here at the track at Holzhauer. So it really likes this track. Very strong power unit out of the state of Missouri. One of the tougher deers that I'd be scared of if I was in this class. Our light limited side of things, we will go to the haywire. Mr. Jamie Barger out of Houston, Kentucky right now. There and had to stab the brake a couple times. They're going to hurt him on his distance here this evening for the haywire machine.
Yeah, you could really see him trying to use the steering wheel, so every time that those front tires came down, it would turn him towards the center of the track instead of having to use the brakes, but unfortunately didn't help him as much as he wanted it to. He goes 3:12 and 29, 3:12 and 29 for the haywire. Yeah, it's interesting. We got a lot of trucks. We got a lot of tractors from Ohio and Kentucky. They had a hook last night and decided to come on over for tonight. So we're excited to have a little bit more variety in the group here tonight.
That'll bring up one of our new tractors here tonight. Plant Tractor will be up next. Out of Seaman, Ohio, Mr. Brent Schupel on the Plant Tractor. John Deere will be up next for our light limited. Notorious on deck and dumpster fire in the hole here this evening for our light limited supers. Looks like we've got 5 to go, 5 to go roughly there in our light limited supers. Probably about the same for our 85 Aluminum Pro Stocks as well there.
Yeah, one of those 5 will be the Pinckney Bottom Deer. This is Aaron Niemeyer from Marthasville. Found himself in the 7th spot last night.
Aaron shares the seat time with his brother Michael. Aaron doing the driving here this weekend. Nice pass there, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take the win here. And sadly, I think the streak might be over.
He'll go 3:21 and 29, 3:21 and 29.
And that'll bring up next in our 85 Aluminum Pro Stocks, the 2 tractors that we've been waiting for here in this class. If you fall on the points here in the
Wait, don't talk about it yet. Don't talk. We got to save the suspense. You got to save the suspense. Save the suspense. Kick it on over to our light limited side.
We will have the Plant Tractor. Beautiful looking John Deere 6R looking to do battle here in our light limited super stocks. Still chasing the 656 out of Iowa. Still holding the lead. At 3:51.24 right now. That's where the Pager currently sits here in our light limited super stocks here. The Hawkeye State holding the lead with the Buckeye State. Have something to say about it here this evening at the Southern Illinois Showdown here at the track at Holzhauer's. We'd like to say a thank you to our track sponsors, of course, here tonight. Seavers Equipment out of Hoyleton, Illinois for your Case IH needs. Rico Brothers John Deere for your John Deere needs out of Breeze, Oakville, Centralia, and Farina. Bartling Farms and Lutz Agency, thank you for all that you do here to make the poll go on here.
just a little bit light on the front end. You could see when the tractor would get really, really high, and then it would kind of like bring itself back down a little bit. That's when it actually got on the wheelie bars. Yes, there are bars back there by the hitch that kind of skid on the ground and keep it from leaning back too far. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about getting on the wheelie bars back there. So use that power, and he goes 327.04. 327.04. Okay, now you can talk about it, Eli. Now you can talk about it.
The tractors we've been, if you're following the Sandcrest Transport 85 Luna Pro Stock Point Series, the two tractors that we've been waiting for here tonight would be the K. Woods Comet and Mr. Dave Daughtry. Will be the next two competitors. Mr. Josh Hanna and Dave Daughtry will be the next two competitors. The K. Woods Comet and the high-priced Hooker. They are in a very heated points battle right now with three hooks left, I should say. Tonight being number one of the three. And then they will round the season off next weekend at Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Thursday and a Friday night. And last year, same way. They were fighting back and forth with each other, and this year, no different. They are good competitors with each other, and they keep each other honest, that's for sure. Here, we'll see how they wind up here tonight at our 85 Limited Pros.
Definitely saw a difference, though, in the ground speed of that hook and the hole shot that he was able to make.
You're definitely right. You got the tires into the ground and kept it moving on the line there.
So he's going to go 3:30 and 58. That's good enough for third place. But that's the biggest distance we've seen in 10 hooks. And so it just goes to show it's still out there. It's still out there for the class. And I'm sure Dave and his wife are kind of looking on out there like, whew, we better pack a lunch.
They're going to need it. You're going to need a little more than a ham and cheese sandwich out there, I do believe. We'll see what the high-price hooker has in store here. Dave Daughtry out of Paris, Missouri will be up next. Red Wrecker on deck. And then we'll go back to the top of the order with Andrew Tolke and the Weiss and Nightmare.
So this is going to be Ryan Lynn from Unity, Wisconsin, the tractor he calls Notorious. Another blue one for the field.
I don't know if he wanted to go all that way to the left there, but the tractor definitely took him all the way to the left there. Nice pass there on the Notorious Ford here tonight.
Well, and fun fact, the white lines stop at 320 feet. So I bet he's glad that they stopped out there because he was going to be so close to going out of bounds. And he goes 338 and 55. 338 and 55. So saved by the lack of chalk on the track out there.
Dave Daughtry back into the saddle here. The high-priced Hooker Machine 618 power plant underneath the hood. Tractor made its debut at the Cape County Fairgrounds many, many years ago down in Cape Girardeau. They'll be back next week. Wife Bonnie backing him into the saddle. Waving him off. Crooked into the sled there. We're going to pull forward and try again here for Dave.
So this is critical for him. You know, you don't want to be crooked backing up to the sled. If you think about maybe pulling a trailer behind something, right? If you're crooked backing up to the trailer, you can still get hooked up. But then when you go to drive off, you've got to straighten up the trailer behind you. These guys don't want to use their power that way. They want to use their power to get that hole shot and that ground speed like we saw from our leader and like we saw from that last hook. So they want to make sure that they are perfectly square. They're going to hook up that main chain. It's got a hook on it about the size of a dinner plate. That's going to go in the top notch. There's also a secondary safety chain, just a little bit smaller, that they're going to hook up in case something were to malfunction with that main chain. And then finally, they're going to hook up the safety switch. And what the safety switch does is it gives the sled operator the opportunity to shut down that tractor from inside the cab if they see something going wrong. So a lot of important things are happening back there when they're getting backed up to the sled.
Nice pass. They're definitely going to be real close to the K-Woods Comet.
Good ground speed. Right hand forward the whole time out. He's going to go 3:27 and 82. So he'll be back just a little bit from the K-Woods Comet. 3:27 and 82. So about 2.5 feet back there. So still good enough for fourth. So our points contenders here find themselves currently in third and fourth. Up next here, it'll be Adam Nimitz. He calls this tractor the dumpster fire from Durand, Illinois. There's got to be a good story behind the whole dumpster fire concept, because I don't think when you're talking about a classy pulling machine like this that's high dollar, you really think about it as a dumpster fire.
Formerly the covered in red machine.
Well, not a good first effort there for the dumpster fire. Mike Edscorn, our official, going to check in with him there. And it looks like he backed up to the sled to be unhooked. So unfortunately, it looks like this will be it for him. We will give him a measurable distance. He maybe stayed in it past that 100-foot mark. And that's why he's doing this.
They'll go 126 and 90, 126 and a 90 for the dumpster fire machine. 126.90 here. And our light limiteds with 2 to go. Flirting with disaster will be up next. Morris Beatty out of Tipton, Iowa on the D21.
So just 2 to go here on our pit side track. This is going to be the Red Wrecker and Tim McVicker. He finished out 6th one night ago here in competition. And our leader continues to be the silent partner and Cody Hasty. And I can't imagine what Cody's feeling. He was the second hook of the night. There's 16 in the field. This is the 15th hook. You know, so he's had to watch 13 other guys make their way, and gals, make their way down the track at that number that he put on the board.
Probably he's worn out his shoes by now, pacing up and down, watching these tractors come. I think that would have to be the worst feeling in the world, to take the lead early. I would much rather walk off winning than ever to be one of the first few tractors. They just, the nerves would just eat me alive, I feel like.
Yeah, there are some pullers, though, that they want to hook first. They want to get their hook over with, and then they say everything else, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they take the lead and they have to watch them all come at them. That's less nerve-wracking than have to wait and be the last hook of the night.
with 1 to go in our 85 Limited Pro Stock, sponsored by Sandcrest Transport.
He'll go 3:06 and 76. 3:06.76.
And that'll bring up Andrew Tolke to round us off here in our 85 Limited Pro Stocks here this evening. On Light Limiteds, we'll have the Flirt North Disaster, more speedy out of Tipton, Iowa.
Today, ARP product line contains thousands of part numbers and is expanded to include virtually every fastener found in an engine and driveline throughout the suspension and frame. These range from quality, high-performance OEM replacement parts to exotic hardware for all types of motorsports application. For more information, go online to arp-bolts.com.
Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Up next here on the pit side, we'll have our 10,000-pound Pro Stocks. Will get us started. And on the east side, we'll move right into our mini rods here this evening.
For the AC, as it truly was flirting with disaster.
Hard to beat a good-looking D21 on a pulling track there. Just a legendary tractor in the ag world and a legendary tractor in the pulling world, of course. Hard to miss the good lines of a beautiful-looking D21 there, the flirting with disaster. 309 and 89, 309.89, and then there was one. On both sides, your wife's nightmare for our 85 Limited Pro Stocks to round us off, and Johnny's dear Julie's nightmare.
When, as you mentioned, Eli, it is going to get a little bit noisy, so we will have mini rods up next. So if you need ear protection, you can head to the official merchandise stand of the Pro Pulling League. They've got earplugs and they've got ear muffs over there that you can purchase, as well as some of those collectible souvenir T-shirts. We've got Champions T-shirts that'll recognize the 2025 reigning champions for both the Western Series and the Champion Seed Western Series and the Hearts Diesel Silver Series and the Champions Tour. So all kinds of cool stuff. If you're a Diesel fan, we've got Diesel Extreme shirts, Turbo shirts. Better go check it out. Might need to do a little back to school shopping, even though I know we're in session. It's always good to walk away with a little piece of the action and remember your time here.
Andrew Tolke exercising his option here. His first man out of the gate, and he did not like his pass. He turned down 3:22 and a 74. That would have put him mid-pack, about 5th place right now. 5th or 6th place, probably 6th place here right now. He turned that down, and for good reasons. We'll see if he has a chance to take the win here. 3:38 is where the pay dirt currently sits. And we'll see what Andrew has in store here out of this stout group of Sandcrest Transport 85 Limited Pro Stocks, part of the Champion Seed Western Series Tour. We'll see what Andrew has in store here. Is he going to catch that silent partner? We're going to find out here. It's going to be a red winner here tonight, but is that winner going to be from Iowa, or is that winner going to be from Missouri? We're going to find out here. Our 85 Limited Pro Stocks. 3:10 and 85. 3:10 and 85 here tonight to round off the Sandcrest Transport 85 Limited Pro Stocks, part of the Champions Seed Western Series here this evening. And I guess on the light limit we dropped, but we are broke and not coming back on our light limited super stock side as well. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. 10,000 pound pro stocks will be up next year on the pit side and on the grandstand side. We will have our mini rods here tonight. Show No Mercy will get us started. Stress Relief and Have No Mercy, first three out of the gate for our mini rods. And on the pro stocks, Tinker Toy, Bulletproof Buck, and the Glutton for Punishment will be our first three pro stocks. And we're going to have a little transition as we swap sleds over here, get the mini rod sled out, and we'll wait up for our 10,000 pound pro stocks here this evening. A lot of action still to come here, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of excitement and things that you don't ever see every day.
We'll also be getting that mini rod sled ready for action as well, but something special here tonight. We've got our friends Doug and Karen here. And Doug, I hear that there's something that you want to ask Karen.
Will you marry me?
Yes.
A little louder for the folks in the back, Karen.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Let's hear it for Doug and Karen. Listen, you never know what you're going to see here at the track at Holzhauer's. A very, very special moment tonight. Karen, you looked like you were a little bit in shock. You couldn't figure out why you were. Did you know this was coming?
No.
Doug, how much time went into planning this tonight?
Quite a bit. Thank you to Carrie for helping me.
Yeah, very emotional. Congratulations to you both. A true surprise. We don't get very many. One more time for Doug and Karen.
I love a happy ending.
It's going to be last either way.
Yeah.
That first distance.
All right, we'll tally up the results here, and we'll run them down for 85s. 10th place here tonight, Riding Dirty, Esden Bartling out of Nashville, Illinois, 3:15.78. I'm sorry. Number 10 was Chaotic, Andy Colwell, Eugene, Missouri at 3:11.77. Then number 9, Riding Dirty, Esden Bartling at 3:15.78. 8 goes to Showtime, Craig Shoei at 3:18.81. 7th will go to Night Moves, Darren Horsemeyer at 3:21.16. 6th will go to the Pickney Bottom Deer of Aaron Niemeyer at 3:21.29. 5th place will go to the Minor Disturbance Brian Arnold out of Scioto at 3:24.79. Fourth place goes to the high-priced hooker, 3:27.82. Third place goes to Kaywood Comet at 3:50.59. Second place will go to It's Just Money, Nathan Berkner out of McLeansboro at 3:36.53. And your winner here tonight, Cody Hazley and the Silent Partner out of Manchester, Iowa. All right, our first mini rod fired up here this evening. SCS Gearbox sponsored the little zingers, as we like to call them, or at least I like to call them the little zingers. They pack in quite the punch here. And Tyler Slaw doing the driving here. The Show No Mercy machine out of Zeeland, Michigan.
Last night looking to do better here this evening. We'll see Show No Mercy on the option here tonight. What he has in store.
So right there, towards the end, so quickly getting that shut off, you saw that there was a big explosion over here on the right bank of the engine. Some flames actually coming out of the headers over there. And this has been a really tough weekend here for the Slaws. You know, yesterday they tried to get this Show No Mercy machine to leave the line 2 different times. They get it running, they put some alcohol to it through the injector hat and keep it alive, and then when they tried to leave the line and give it full power, it just kind of bleh, and it wouldn't go anywhere. Then they found out today that there's like a little coupler that goes into with their fuel system, and that had got pushed in and they weren't getting hardly any fuel to the engine, and that's why it was shutting off. They found a replacement, but it was the wrong size. And so Tyler actually had to go to the shop here at the track at Holzhauer's to try to get that fixed. He had to take the 5/8 coupler down to 1/2 inch because that's what they needed. It's a hex piece, guys. It took a lot of rulers and machining, and he said his dad, Bruce, was over top of him kind of watching him. He said, you know, Bruce, if you could just give me some room, it'd be a lot better. And so they got it fixed, but then to come out and have this happen here, man, it's just all the tough luck rolled into 2 days here at the track at Holzhauer. So he will get a measurable distance. We're looking at 2:62.29. Now the big thing is he's got to get himself right because he's got to go back. There'll be a tractor, and then his second vehicle will actually be up next. So he's got to get his mind back right, get squared away in order to do that one more time. And so just crazy weekend here for the Slaws.
I think it's crazy looking at the lineup here too. All of Zeeland, Michigan is going to draw 1, 2, and 3 here. So well, once again, what are the odds of that again? Todd Bowman will be up next. Stress Relief is the name of his machine.
Yeah, and it's a computer draw, so it's completely random. They just put the numbers in and it spits it back out. So sometimes that's how the way the cookie crumbles here. Zeeland really a hotbed. There's several other pullers that are not here this weekend in this field of 13 that actually hail from that area. And so I don't know what's in the water up there, but it breeds mini rod pullers. That's what it does. So I believe that they are still adding weight to the sled back there for our 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors. So just to give you some perspective on that, we ran our Sandcrest Specialized Transport 8500 Limited Pro Stock tractors. There were 3 weights in that box that runs up the rails of the sled. Normally for Pro Stock tractors, they put 10 in. That's right, a perfect 10 go in the box. And so that means that you have to add 7 of those suitcase style weights at 2,000 pounds apiece. You can put 2 in at a time. It gets a little tricky, but you can put 2 in. So I did see our sled operator pop back into the cab, probably making some other adjustments as far as the trip is concerned on how fast or slow that pan is going to hit the ground. They can also change that gear on how fast the box travels up the rails of the sled, and it's a pretty complex piece back there. We're talking about 36,000 pounds of dead weight without the extra weights. So we add the 10 suitcase style weights. Now we're talking about 56,000 pounds. That's just dead weight. However, once the box starts to move up the rails, it hits the trip. The pan starts going into the ground. Those growser bars, those V-shaped steel bars that are between 3 and 6 inches on the bottom of the pan start digging in and providing resistance. We've got some crazy rolling weight. So that 56,000 pounds on the starting line can end up being 4 times that by the time that you get to the top end. So we're talking close to 230,000 pounds of rolling weight is what you're gonna see one of these pro stock at the top end of that track. That's the amount of horsepower that they have.
I love a good class of pro stocks there. Some of the highest horsepower in the nation, over 5,000 horse there, trying to get it all planted into the track here, making it all work with 680 cubic inches of billet steel underneath the hood of all these machines here. Turbochargers in excess of 6.5. What'd you say last night? 6.8 now is the new one. That's just insane that they can. They're going to run out of hood here pretty soon if if we reach 7, I don't know how some of these tractors are going to be able to fit that size turbocharger underneath the hood there, a big Sigma style injection pump. When you run them Sigma pumps, it takes a couple 100 horse just to run that pump there. When they test these pumps at pump shops, sometimes it takes a good size electrical motor or almost a genset motor or another motor just to run that pump. So lots of engineering and ideas go into these machines to make them do what they can do here, light a fire and build some horsepower here.
And I think the most impressive part, you talk about that fuel pump, it's a mechanical pump. I mean, there's no electronic fuel injection like you've got in your car to make sure that, each cylinder is getting what it needs. I mean, it's just literally dumping copious amounts of fuel into the engine at all times.
Just started to Grandview, Indiana, just now I-64 here south of Evansville. Tinker Toy on the option here tonight.
Patrick Gentry locked in, driving the Tinker Toy tonight. He'll set the bar for the class at 3:47 and 61 with that lightning fast pass, 3:47 and 61. And with that pass, the Tinker Toy takes home the championship. So congratulations to Masterson Farms and the Grandview Gangsters there, taking home another championship there with the Tinker Toy in this 10,000 pound pro stock class.
And I'm down here in the winner's circle for our 85 limited pro stocks here tonight. Silent partner getting the job done here this evening. Cody, congratulations. It's been a long weekend, and after last night, this is a good way to end Saturday night, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Is there anybody that you'd like to thank that got you here tonight?
Yeah, I got to thank my father-in-law, my brother-in-law. It's actually his tractor. My mother-in-law, my wife, everybody back home, all these guys standing here with me. and Ambush Engine and Dyno out of Marengo for building a good motor for us.
Yep, well, congratulations to you guys. Looks like we got some two-wheel drive to try to get in the winner's circle here tonight as well. So good luck. There's your winner and your 85 Limited Pro Stock silent partner.
Todd Boltman. .02, 300.02. So that will be the official mark to beat here in the category since we had Tyler Slaw out there. He did take that hook at 262 and 29 with that mechanical. So we are official here in our field of 13.
Craig Hole, if you can come underneath the crow's nest, please. Craig Hole, can you please come underneath the crow's nest, please, and thank you.
To the top end.
And I'll have to...
For Matt, it's been an interesting season piloting a new tractor on the circuit. Debuted at Osceola, Iowa. Had a little help from Rob Russell. Then had some mechanical breakage just a couple weeks ago. Glad he had the extra parts to fix it, but just really an up and down season for him so far. But not here. A 354 and 48 will be the new mark to beat. 354 and 48. A great run there from the red one.
I agree with you, Leslie. If anybody had a good rookie year on something new, it's definitely the Holland family. Him and his brother both. His brother campaigns a diesel super stock that runs as good as that Glutton for Punishment machine, and very, very good looking machine. The motor comes from the Super Roaster Motorsports power plant, and man, that thing runs, taking the lead here tonight in our 10,000 pound pro stocks here this evening. Matt Holland, beautiful, beautiful pass there for a beautiful tractor. River Rat will be up next. Mr. Kevin Masterson out of Grandview, Indiana. We've seen their first unit, the Tinker Toy. Kevin will be up next on the Rat. 618 Motorsports on deck, and Bullwagon in the hole here. As we go to Mr. Tyler Slaw here on this second entry for the Slaw family. Have no mercy. All right, back into the saddle here. We'll see what the Have No Mercy has in store here. Just been a rough weekend for the Slaw family. Hopefully the tides will turn here for them. And down in our winner's circle, Leslie, what do we got?
We've got Craig Hull down here, and Craig, for your class tonight, it seemed like we saw a couple of smooth passes, but nothing as smooth as yours out there. You were really able to utilize all your power tonight.
Yeah, we were. It worked out well, so.
Yeah, this is a great way to end the season. I know we talked at Macon, Missouri. You were out there, for that hook, and a great way to kind of to wind down the season, to know that, your parts have lasted, everything's still in good shape, and you can still burn it down out there.
That's right. We're just crossing our fingers right now. Only a couple left, so.
You're going to hang in there for sure. We know that. Congratulations. What a great night for you and your team.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, competition getting close here in our mini rod division. Tyler Slaw goes a distance there of 2:8.5 and 81. 2:8.5 and 81 to be just behind. Ron finds himself into second place here in the SCS Gearbox mini rod division. Up next will be the Kansas Twister, Logan Stevens, out of Lewisburg, Kansas. Half past midnight on deck, and the Wheatland Express in the hole. Pro stock side, we should have the River Rat building a fire here. John Deere 6030 coming to us from the Hoosier State.
See what Mr. Masterson has the score here. Chasing down the glove for punishment machine.
Is topping off and really putting the brakes on the River Rat there. Very uncharacteristic this season. The River Rat actually missed a hook on the Champions Tour circuit. Didn't make it to Henry, Illinois, because they had blown it up on the dyno. And so that's the thing about the Mastersons. Always trying to find just a little bit more and kind of fine-tune things. And sometimes that comes at a cost. So for Kevin, that distance will be 3:17 and 69. 3:17 and 69.
Back on our mini sides, we should be moving our way to the state of Kansas. Up next for our SCS Gearbox Mini Rod Division, the Kansas Twister, Logan Stevens out of Lewisburg, Kansas. Leslie, as we look at our points line up there right in front of us there, last night caused a lot of havoc and a lot of movement here in the mini rod division here for the end of the season.
Yeah, it was an interesting track. Some main players were not able to make a full solid pass, and then we had guys that really showed out last night, and so it was a huge swing. The half past midnight machine came in here with just a narrow, I believe it was a 4-point lead over second place, and now they're sitting at a 14-point lead over two vehicles tied for second, and then we have two vehicles tied for fifth as well. And so this class will also crown their champion. We already did that here in the Pro Stock category with the Tinker Toy making that pass and getting that measurable distance. They will win the points by a large margin this year.
I think that's the exact same line he took last night, if my memory serves me correct.
The Kansas Twister did well for him last night. That was the one that really had that nice solid pass, and he had that first last night as well. So we're going to see if he can learn and grow from that. 295.12. No, 5-1, 290. Let's try again. Erase all that. 295 and 51 will be the distance.
And then that'll bring up your current points leader up next. I'm sorry. Yes, our current points leader, the half past at midnight, Jordan Nelson doing the driving here out of Altamont, Illinois. And on the Pro Stock side, we'll have our local yokels here. The 618 Motorsports Pro Stock will be up here tonight looking to do competition. A red tractor in the lead right now. We'll see if another red tractor can help shake that up. Mr. Brett Hockstead doing the driving here up the road here from Nashville, Illinois.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you see that white hood, that pearly white hood, I should say. You always know that it's probably going to be a 618 Motorsports vehicle.
They're going to have to start naming these, or get a name on the side of it, because I when they had them parked back here last night, all four of them in a row there, I was like, it really took me a minute there to go, okay, that one's the big one, those are the four ones, and there's the new tractor. So I really hope that at least we put Twister on the side of Twister. That way we can at least keep that one specified there. But a beautiful looking Optima 300 machine here, looking to do battle here in our 10,000 pound Pro Stocks.
The 618 Motorsports Pro Stock.
Brett goes a distance there of 3:31 and 9.3. 3:31.93 for the 618 Motorsports Pro Stock.
The one thing I noticed, and you'll get to see it as this sled backs up, is just the amount of dirt that these machines are moving. Remember, we're talking about a Pro Stock tractor making between 4,000 and 5,000 horsepower. Okay, and so you got to turn that into your drive line and send that to your 24.5-inch tires that are spinning so very fast. And so you can see the big piles of dirt that are up against the buckboard of the sled, the divots that they leave in the track with all that as well. And so you can really see it if you watch on this next hook. Watch them throwing it back underneath the sled, and then on that buckboard just shows you how much dirt they're moving.
And up next should be Connor Medding out of Norheim, Texas, the Bull Wagon machine, John Deere 6030, to round us off in our 10,000 pound Pro Stocks here this evening.
Well, they're getting the startup signal on the mini rod track, and that's going to be for Tanner Nelson. Well, this says it's going to be Jordan Nelson tonight driving the half past midnight. I'm pretty sure this is going to be Tanner Nelson driving the half past midnight. He's been campaigning it most of the year, coming from Altamont, Illinois. And you know, we talk about these being very, very small vehicles. And when you're talking about that, you're talking about 2,050 pounds of weight. They are 8 feet long and 6 feet wide, making about 3,000 horsepower. So when you've got that horsepower to weight ratio like that, where it's really out of tune, it's going to be pretty volatile. The advantage for Tanner is that at 16 years old, he is a very tall, lanky young man, and he is thin. And so what that means is he's got more movable weight. You wouldn't really think about that, but in this mini rod class, it really matters. So him being tall and lanky means that he can put more weight on the front end. He doesn't have that giant wheel stand. And so it's a little bit of an advantage for him here in this category. But he has driven it so well all season long. And you can see the team on the far side of the track. Everybody's jumping up and down, pumping their fists over there for the young man from Altamont, Illinois. Currently with a 14-point lead. I'm sure they know the math. With that pass, he will take the lead at 3:05 and 55. 3:05 and 55 for Tanner Nelson. And I think with the number of vehicles that remain in the category, I think that this will do it for Tanner Nelson. I think that this will solidify the points championship for him. And this might be a first here in the 20-year history of the Pro Pulling League, that we might have a rookie win the points championship. And so that's really saying something about the young man and the team that he runs with.
I think my favorite line of Tanner driving this year had to come from Brian Knox. Boys, this kid gets a little more passes under his belt. He's going to be a handful in the mini rod division. And so far this season, he showed just that. He is a handful here in the mini rod division.
Yeah, no going to be. He is. He has been since the beginning of the year. This is going to be Connor Nutty driving the bull wagon. Only 2 entries here from the Nutty family. They took the win last night in the Bulletproof Buck and had a little bit of a turbo issue and unfortunately could not get the tractor fixed and back in action. So it's going to be quite the ride here for the bull wagon, and that will close out our Pro Stock tractor class.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in need of something to eat here tonight, the Troop 127 Boy Scouts are on the grandstand side selling popcorn, cotton candy, candy bars, and soda. The New Minden Community Club is selling steak sandwiches, cheeseburgers, pork burgers, loaded nachos, and fries. The Nashville Community Center is on the pit side selling pork sandwiches, pork nachos, chips, and soda. All our food and snack vendors are community fundraising efforts. Your patronage supports great causes right here in Southern Illinois. Thank you. If you're in need of an ATM, it is on the pit side next to the beer tent.
So 300.18 for the bull wagon to close out the Pro Stock class. That'll be 5th for him. The River Rat will finish 4th. 618 Motorsports Pro Stock and Brett Hagstad will be 3rd. 2nd tonight, Patrick Gentry in the Tinker Toy. And your winner, Matt Holland in the Glutton for Punishment. Red fans, give it up for your winner here in the Pro Stock class.
On the mini rod side, Logan Stevenson out of Lewisburg, Kansas on his 2nd entry, the Wheatland Express Mini Edition. Looking to do battle here. He has just made good passes here this weekend. Looking to do that just again here this evening. Hopefully a good enough pass to take the lead here in the mini rods.
Ended up 7th last night with a super wild ride where he was able to really drive it and control it. And he had one of those earlier in Evansville earlier this season. So experience is a good teacher. not the ride that he had last night, for sure. So got to feel good about those 2 solid passes. He goes 287 and 99, 287 and 99.
Attention on the grounds, attention on the grounds. I have a white Toyota pickup parked by the detailing barn back there behind the staging area there. If you parked a white Toyota back there, license plate TK 708L2T, TK 708L2T, Toyota truck back there by the detail shop. You need it moved. You're in the way for leaving vehicles here tonight. You are in the way. If you have a white Toyota parked back by the detailing barn, please move it immediately. Or we'll grab the lull and we'll move it ourselves. So please move it immediately. White Toyota parked back by the detailing barn. License plate TK 708LT or L2T. Please move it immediately. Please and thank you.
So there will be another sled change. We're going to take some of those heavy weights out of the box of that Bungart X Factor sled and prepare for our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. And so we've got 16 of them that will be coming your way tonight. So we'll take a few weights out of the box, and that is another heated points battle over there where the winner is kind of locked up. All Jared Nelson has to do is bump the sled tonight, but we know we'll see more from him than that. But really, the race for second, actually the top 5, is really, really heated. So we're excited to see those competitors hit the track and see what they have in store for you. Everybody running at top notch over the rev limiter there to try to bring their best to the track tonight to finish on top here going into the winter. The winter is long, and it makes it a lot more pleasant if you can say, yeah, we went to that last hook and we took home a win. So we feel good about the program that we have, and we feel good about the advancements that we've made this season. Mack Trailer Manufacturing of Alliance, Ohio is respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed, transfer trailers, and pneumatic tanks. Mack Trailer provides ongoing solutions through high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capabilities. As a national leader in trailer manufacturing, Mack Trailer serves the industry with a trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. Let Mack build you the trailer you need with the level of quality you deserve. Experience the excellence of Mack. Go to macktrailer.com.
And moving right along, we're going to have noise and more noise here with our 2-wheel drive trucks and our mini rod as we continue on here this evening. The walk the line entry, the first entry for Mr. Adam Kester. If you think of mini rod division pulling in the United States, you have to think of the Kester family, long-time competitors. I guess that's the only class that they've ever really pulled. The Kester family has been the mini rod division. Is Adam's dad, Larry, a long-time legend throughout the United States in the mini rod division with Shell Rotella, and his son takes off right off where his dad left him. These new chassis are really doing good for him. He has showed great success last year with his first one, and with these next 2, he has had a phenomenal season here.
Yeah, he really has a lot of great advancements, and keeping the Minor Brothers tradition alive as well with those engines. I have to give a little nod to the late Larry Kester, because I didn't know a lot about mini rod pulling, and he sat down in the shade with me one day and we talked all about it. And he was a gentleman. He shared his knowledge with me. I learned a lot that day about tires, about soft sidewalls and how many sets of tires that they run, and the fact that these guys probably carry about 3 or 4 different sets of tires with them to each event, and then they decide what they're going to run on the track. And so hats off to him for sharing his depth of knowledge with me and helping me to become a better announcer, to learn more about the sport.
And I'll say he had a great bonfire last night out in the pits there with about a 5-gallon barrel of methanol burning there. That put off some serious heat. That was really nice.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I'm mad about the full temps and the fact that I got a sweatshirt. It's way better than sweating. So a wicked sharp turn to the right for Kester. He did back out of it before that 100-foot mark.
At least that's a good thing with the mini rod class. When you get on it, pretty hard out on throttle, you know real quick how the pass is going to be for sure. They'll let you know there. Lots of horsepower, not a lot of weight.
He took a turn right away, got on the brake right away to bring it back to the center, and so that was something that he was aware of to try to get it back, but then it was just too crooked. If he would have gotten back in the throttle, I think at that point, it really could have been really, really dangerous for him. So a smart move to back out of it. They're gonna go ahead and bring a tow tractor in to take him off. We'll see if they're gonna give him a measurable distance or if he's going to drop and come back. Because he did get out of the throttle before the 100-foot mark, he does have that option, I believe. So we're gonna tow him off and then see what our officials are gonna say. So it sounds like what we're hearing from the officials is that he's got to come right back. And so the biggest thing is that mini rod fuel tank only holds enough fuel for the run. So they've got to get him refueled because they know that they come full to the brim with full fuel when they come across the scale. So there's no controversy there at all. They're actually, you can see that the sled is placed on the starting line the exact same place that he was before. They're just gonna go ahead and drag him back. They'll have to bring his support vehicle back. You can see that making its way on the track. Support vehicle back to get him back started up. So they're gonna get him dragged back to the starting line and he'll get his other attempt because the rule book says that you get two attempts if you get out of it before 100 feet. So that's what we'll do here with Adam Kester.
On our two-wheel drive side, going to get us started. The Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson, out of Sydney, Illinois, on the panel wagon. We'll get us started here for our super modified two-wheel drives here tonight, sponsored by Optima Batteries. Addiction will be on deck and forever hooked in the hole.
A busy night for the Midnight Motorsports team as they have mini rods competing right now on our left track on the grandstand side. We've got super modified two-wheel drive trucks presented by Optima Batteries on the pit side track, and they have vehicles in both. So it's a very, very busy night for the Midnight Motorsports camp as they will be the first hook here. It'll be the Midnight Gambler and Jeremy Nelson. You can see he's already spotted the sled down there on the starting line where he wants it to be. His brother Jared wearing out the soles of his shoes tonight with the mini rods and the two-wheel drives running at the same time. They make those tuning decisions together on all of their vehicles. And so they're getting ready to fire up those super modified two-wheel drives, but I think we're gonna go ahead and get the mini rod off the line first before we move on to that new category. Always get more for your money at Summit Racing Equipment, proud sponsor of the Hot Shots Secret Pro Pulling League. Choose from high performance parts at summitracing.com from brand names like ARP, K&N, Optima batteries, and more. You'll also find tools and shop equipment, plus plenty of parts for your trailer and tow vehicle. Download the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. SummitRacing.com.
I'm down here in the winner's circle with our 10,000-pound pro stock winner here tonight, Matt Holland, on the glutton for punishment machine. What a heck of a rookie season. What a way to put a nice little cap on it here tonight as we wind into the fall here tonight. Congratulations on your win here Saturday night at the track at Holzhauer's.
Thank you. Thank everybody for putting this show on. I want to thank my wife and kids at home, dad, brother. He's at Sandwich with NTPA. Fusner family, Kent and Sandy Payne, Chad Mayhill for the tires, Lemke Motorsports, Jim and Steve at Weimer. Just so many people make this thing go. Michael took the weekend off with his family and kids to come help me, and it just takes an army to put this on, and lucky enough to pick up the win at the end of the year.
Yep, can't beat that. Anytime you can get around the Masterson family is a good night in the pro stock class. So, Matt, congratulations to you, sir, and good luck in 2026. Your winner of your 10,000-pound pro stocks here tonight, the Glutton for Punishment 10,000 Pro, Mr. Matt Holland.
So it looks like we are going to get started with our Optima Batteries super modified two-wheel drive trucks. The beautiful panel van hooked up to the sled there goes by the name of the Midnight Gambler. Jeremy Nelson from Sydney, Illinois will be our test puller. So this will be interesting for our two-wheel drive. So some huge distances. They get in the category. We'll see if they get a similar sled setting as they had last night, or if they tighten the chains on them just a little bit, stop the shoulder. And a solid pass there to kick off the class. So the mark to beat will be 3:11 and 90. Remember, he is our test puller, so he will have the option to either keep that hook or turn it down. We're seeing the thumbs down from Mark Lowe, our tech official out there. He gave us a big old thumbs down. So Jeremy not happy with that. So we'll just go ahead and erase that one from the books.
He paid the hook. He's going to get his money's worth here. It's the end of the season. You might as well let it all lay out and get everything you want out of her. Jeremy's going to be busy. He'll be next up in the mini rod after Mr. Kester here, too, as well. So Jeremy's going to be busy. He's going to have a busy 45 minutes here, real quick.
Well, and I think the strategy could be, we saw the track kind of turn around towards the end of the class last night. And if we look at the pulling order, which you can do too, if you want to keep up with the pulling order and the distances, go to propulling.com. There's a little banner at the top that says live results. Click on that live results banner and you can see those real-time distances updated. So if we look at the lineup tonight, you know, we're going to see Jared Nelson about halfway through the pack. And then the last two hooks of the night are his teammates. It's going to be Bethany Nelson and Steve Revenge and Tanner in the Midnight Chaos. That will be the official pass for the Walk the Line and Adam Kester. He'll go 2:95 and 07, 295.07.
That'll bring up Jeremy Nelson up next on the mini rod side. The hired gun here tonight for Peter Norton on the category #1 machine.
So that'll be for him. So for Adam Kester, that's going to bump him into the #3 spot. Our distance to beat here, 3:05.55 on the mini rod side. And we are hearing from our officials at the starting line, though, that they are going to make some adjustments to the sled. So there's a couple things that they can do here. We can take out a weight, which we don't see any equipment rolling up to the track, so that's probably not going to happen out there. We can see the box open there in the middle, and what they're doing is they could be changing the gear. And so what that means is how fast the box actually travels up the rail of the sled. It could also be changing the point in which the trip of the sled gets activated. And so you can see where those chicken lights are on the bottom of that Bungart X Factor sled. That's the pan on the very bottom. That's floating in the air now. When it gets to about the 175, 200 foot mark, you're gonna see that engage and you're gonna see it press into the ground and it's gonna be dropped. So they could be changing that. So I'm gonna guess we're gonna let them roll a little bit farther here, give them a little bit more distance to run so it's not so tight. And you know, it's interesting, you know, old school pulling, 300 feet was a full pull because that's all the equipment, you know, could go because the technology wasn't advanced back then. They weren't making near the horsepower that they're making. And so 300 was kind of where we stood. As time went on, especially with the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League, they made it a little bit more of a floating finish. So after 5 hooks, they would decide, is it going to be a floating finish, a true one? Is the full pull going to be set at 300, 310, or 320? And so all last night we saw floating finishes. And so I think we're going to let them run a little bit harder out here, let them go a little bit farther, and see what happens here with these changes to the sled.
Yeah, JR and Justin have done a wonderful job for us as our sled operators here tonight on the Optima batteries, red X Factor sled, and the LS Tractors green sled here tonight. Once again, Bungart Motorsports has 9 sleds, and I believe all 9 sleds are in operation this weekend. They're very busy to round out the season here for the X Factor Sled Company.
So this will bring up Michael White in the Addiction. Now, since we had a sled change, this means that Michael White will now be a new test puller. So he'll have the option, and I'm very, very excited to see what they did. Very, very strong running machine here. White in contention in that top 5 right now. And
something out there. Nice pass there by the Addiction machine. Michael White, Lafayette in Tennessee, to get us started on the super modified 2-wheel drives. Like Leslie said, he's on the option, has the option to keep that or drop in the class here if he so decides. Dale and Nelson will be up next at Altamont, the Forever Hooked machine. What do we got for distance there, Les?
3:35 and 16. So that's very similar to the distances that we saw last night, really growing in size. And I love the fact that they're letting these trucks really get up and run. You know, we're seeing a fast run, we're seeing some ground speed out of these guys. And so really going to be an impressive class. 16 in the field. And so you're going to see 15 more of those bullets shooting down this right-hand side track.
And back on the mini rod side, we will go to Jeremy Nelson, the hired gun here for Peter Norton. Peter Norton owns a pro stock, 2 mini rods, and a pro modified drag car that I think he just took a hold of this weekend. And I believe that's where Peter Norton is right now. I'm not sure where. I think out in Ohio, but he is campaigning his pro modified drag car this weekend. So that left an empty gap for the mini rods here. So the Nelson family, good friends with Peter Norton. They've been doing a little bit of driving for him here this season, and Jeremy's going to do the driving here on the category #1 machine out of Franklin, Indiana.
Yeah, it's very similar to a machine that Jeremy piloted a few years ago. And so he said it handles the same way, and that's an advantage for him. Man, a great straight pass down that right-hand sideline.
A lot better start than last night. Beautiful pass there for the Cat 1.
He'll go 3:10 and 96. So Jeremy Nelson will go 3:10 and 96. That will take the lead. Unfortunately, though, it will take the lead away from Tanner Nelson and kind of take away a little bit of a storybook ending for Tanner here this weekend, thinking he might be able to nab not only the points championship, but also to walk away with the win this weekend too. So that team, a tough group of competitors, and there's no laying down for anybody in the Midnight Motorsports team. If you're up and you beat the person that went before you, good for you. That's their whole goal. It's all about winning as a team and doing the best that they can as a team out here on the track.
If they played a cards game at Christmas, I'd hate to imagine how competitive that would be, or any spoons or any other little Christmas game that you play with a family at a Christmas time like that. I could see a game of spoons amongst the Nelson family being pretty deadly.
Who would you put your money on? I know who I got.
I'm probably going to go with Jared.
I'm going with Bethany.
Go with Bethany.
I'm definitely going with Bethany. She's going to whoop all of them, that's for sure. I think sometimes people forget that the moms are probably the most organized, most calculated people in the family. They have to be the most competitive most of the time, to fight for space sometimes. And that's right, we don't ever forget. We might not get you today, might get you tomorrow, but eventually we'll get you. Or I might be talking about myself a little bit too.
I didn't say anything, you said it. Well, that'll bring up next on our mini rod side, your winner last night, Hurricane Haley. Haley looking to double down here this weekend for the weekend sweep. She had a great hook last night, looking to do that as well here tonight in our SCS mini rod division. On our two-wheel drive side, we will move to the Forever Hook, the crafty veteran, Mr. Dale Nelson, out of Altamont, Illinois. Our first official Nelson hook in the two-wheel drive truck class here. We'll see what Dale does to get it started for the Nelson family. P5 on deck and Showtime in the hole.
Yeah, with his efforts last night, Dale moved up a little bit there in the Forever Hooked. Find himself just a little deeper in the points this year, just outside the top 5. Still within the top 10, though. What I love about it, though, is he's still out here, pulling, still out here competing, and, picked up a couple big wins on the season. Picked up a win in Hillsboro, which that was a tough track, also Goshen. And I think that's where the experience, really came into play for him. That Goshen track, it takes some notes to get around it.
Also,
he's definitely got some of those.
Also, your state fair winner here in Illinois, both at Springfield and DuQuoin, and currently leading points for the two-wheel drives here at ITPA as well. So yes, crafty veteran I'll see what he has in store.
These trucks weighing in 6,200 pounds, automated, all reciprocating engines, supercharged, probably about 3,000 to 4,000 horsepower is what we're going to try to transfer some dirt. Man, he stretched that one out. And he goes 335 and 58, 335 and 58. So just a little bit past Michael White, going to be about 5 inches difference between those two books. So Forever Hook will get the better of the Addiction Machine. Sending Mark to beat here. Haley Carriger up next, the Hurricane Haley. And what a day for her yesterday. Her birthday, she comes out here, throws down a monster pass, picks up her first Hot Shot Secret Pro League Champions Tour win. I don't think the cards could have aligned for her any better yesterday than they did. Her family with her out here too this weekend. Nice to see her son in the winner's circle. You know, she's just kept getting better and better all year long. And, you know, they started, I believe, with the hip motor this year, and you know, didn't really put those pieces early on. So just, you know, kind of benchmark, set the numbers, and then have been increasing and moving from there each weekend, just getting a little better. So she'll have a tough go of it right off the line.
As we go back to our replay, see if, kind of like Mr. Kester, if something got a little squirrely there, at least something got squirrely for her there, just because she let out of it there, or hopefully it was just simple as her letting it out of there. No breakage, hopefully.
Really, the tires started to wrinkle up a little bit, but it looks like possibly that we weren't getting very much fuel engaged there. It looks like the butterflies on the supercharger may have stayed closed. So again, she'll confer with our Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League officials, figure out what her options are.
I will say their toter is my favorite toter here. I was walking around there, I saw the big red tent, and I'm like, how did they haul it here? How did they get it here? And I couldn't see it because the tent was pushed all the way up against their toter home. They got an RV, and that back RV's got a tailgate, and then they can drive it all. They can drag the mini rod up into there, and better yet, they have a trailer that they pull behind that, and that's what the smart car goes on. It's the cute little smart car out there, which is definitely the vehicle to have in the mini rod division. If you're gonna have a mini rod, you need a mini car there to add with it as well.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you know, a mini rod is probably about the same size as a UTV. You know, so anybody that's got a toy hauler, you know, you could, listen, if you've got a toy hauler, you need a mini rod, because you can fit it right in the back of your toy hauler.
And if you need a toy, I think I know a guy here that could probably hook you up with a side-by-side or a motorcycle. I have to say, all the kids running around on all the little go-karts and four-wheelers and everything this afternoon was absolutely adorable and hilarious watching them all run around. I'm just glad nobody got hurt yet.
Yeah, I saw a lot of pit bikes too. I saw a lot of adults.
I saw Keith Myers on an electric small kids four-wheeler, and he was just having the time of his life, it looked like.
Well, that's what it's all about. For me, it is all about family and fun, and definitely represented here today. This is going to be Chad Mayhill, the P5. you actually saw it kind of rotate and make its way around as if there was some kind of issue out there for him. Not the typical run we see there from the P5. He goes 3:07 and 88. 3:07.88.
Yeah, it seemed like his front end was kind of buried too. It really didn't have that traditional two-wheel drive stance where they're holding it up a good foot off the front end there. It just seemed very buried, like almost that he missed his front end weight maybe there with the P5 machine. There's a busy guy that he's got his hand in a lot of championships throughout the United States with his tire cutting business. He, especially on what I'm going to call this two-wheel drive style tire, that smaller tire. That tire has changed the game, and it doesn't matter if it's been the mini rods, it doesn't matter if it's been two-wheel drives, it don't matter if it's been super stock diesel trucks, pro modified four-wheel drive gas trucks. That tire has changed the game for them and given at least the small tire crew another option there of the mini in the tire game to try to get some traction on all the tracks here in the United States.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize is that, CM Pulling Tires has been around for 20 years. This was his 20th year in operation. But, Chad's been cutting tires, since he's been in high school. It was kind of a side gig for him. And so, he learned from one of the pioneers in the business, and then there was an opportunity for him to buy that business out, when he was hustling as a sled operator and also cutting tires and so forth. And, just has really, really grown that business into cutting that wide variety you talked about, versus just, some garden tires and maybe a couple, sets of two-wheel drive tires a year. So kudos to him as he's built an amazing. He said sometimes he gets semi-loads of tires a week from pullers to cut and sharpen.
I know around here, obviously we're big 24/5 land here around Nashville, and when somebody's going up to get tires, it's not just one set of tires. It starts off as, maybe like a cattle trailer full of tires, and then we got to find a bigger trailer because somebody found out that they're headed to Reynolds, because Reynolds isn't that, not that close to get here. It's a good haul to get up to the northern part of Indiana there to Reynolds to get the tires. So when one goes, most of the time all the tires seem to go up there. And I believe that one time there was a semi-load, and I think it had about 8 different sets of people's tires around here going up there. But when you think of when you go to the National Farm Machinery Show, and you're in the winner's circle there, and you listen to who they're thanking, they're thanking their engine program, they're thanking their turbo program, and Chad's name gets said a lot there. And I forgot, there was a number, and I forgot what it was, but how many winners that they had last year, and it was like, the competition wasn't close. It wasn't even close compared to the amount of tires that Chad seemed to put out and cut for everybody.
Well, he can count himself among those winners, too, because he actually holds a championship in super modified two-wheel drives. It's really funny. We have a running joke that, he always tells me when he sees me, if I'm live event announcing or if I'm working with the television, we're taping for the television show that airs on CBS Sports, he always tells me, hey, I'm coming to see you tonight. Which means that he's going to see me in the winner's circle because we only interview the champ at the end of the night. So he's always putting that positivity forward that he's going to come and see me at the end of the night.
You got to have a plan in life, a good one or a bad one. You have to have some kind of plan in life, or something to look forward to. That's for sure. She had a full load the whole way. When she went full throttle there, that sled grabbed up and grabbed that mini and said, you are not going anywhere anytime fast. Really putting the hurting on them on the little Hot Shot Secrets mini rod sled.
Yeah, and it seemed like it never really came to full song or full RPMs for her the way that she wanted it. 268 and 34, 268.34 will be her distance.
On the super modified side, we will go to Wayne Timmerman out of Cuba City, Wisconsin. a longtime competitor in the two-wheel drive division. When you think of Wisconsin, you may not always think of two-wheel drive trucks, but if I do have to name a two-wheel drive truck, I'm going to definitely think of the Timmerman family. They've campaigned two-wheel drives for a long time, looking to do battle here tonight at the Southern Illinois Showdown.
Jason, Mr. Dale Nelson holds the lead with the Forever Hook.
Man, that one was zinging. You know, I always try to, protect my ear, kind of put my fingers in my ears and protect my ears a little bit. And family says I can't hear anyway. But as I was, I felt a little bit extra concussion with that one. So definitely big tune-up there on the Showtime. And he goes 348 and 94. Really gets a hold of the track out there. 348 and 94.
I would say that was a big tune-up. He threw the kitchen sink at that one. What a heck of a pass there. Putting the pounded down there on the Showtime. That'll bring up Jonathan Payne on the no-name tractor. Or no-name truck, sorry, I apologize. So we're still trying to figure out the name. We had a lot of good ideas last night. And hopefully in the off-season they'll get a good name on it. Coming to us from out of Georgetown, Kentucky. Or Indiana, sorry, Georgetown.
So that'll leave us with 4 for our SCS Gearbox mini rod tractors. So it'll be 2 Nelsons, well really 2 Burbs and a Nelson. And then we're gonna see a second effort here from Adam Kester in his second entry out there. So up next will be Jeremy Nelson. He'll be driving the Little Hurricane. I believe this is the purple tractor. This is the one that we've seen Peter Norton drive just a little bit. And I got an opportunity to talk to him at Henry, Illinois, and most of you know Peter Norton from his Super Farm days and the Perfect Storm. And then he got a pro stock tractor called Money on Black. And then I said, hey, how do you go from diesel tractors to alcohol mini rods? And he said, I just saw it and I thought it looked like a ton of fun. Somebody convinced me to just sit in it. You just try it out. Just sit in there and see how it feels. He said it felt pretty cool. And that's when he connected with Jeremy Nelson. They found one for him and they said, if we're gonna have one, we might as well just have 2. And so that's how they got the second one in there. As we keep mentioning, they are very small, so a little bit easier to haul around than a pro stock. And the maintenance is also a little bit easier. If you think about that 680 cubic inch block with those, thin sidewalls, on those cylinders out there, it's just not as sturdy, as the blocks that they're using here. And so I know that these are John Card engines in these, just like what the rest of the Nelson camp uses. And so, it's a little bit sturdier. It's less maintenance. If something goes wrong, you can fix it a lot faster than you can. And it looks like we do maybe have something wrong here as Jeremy Nelson fired up, started to make his way to the track, then shut it down. Remember, they only weigh around 2,000 pounds, so they just pushed it back. Now they've pushed it off to the side. So they're gonna try to work on that. So we will see a drop there from the Little Hurricane.
Yeah, when you think about the mini rods, most of these guys, like Mr. Brett Berg coming up here, he's got his big mod with him here. And they always carry a spare motor because you never know if you might need it. A mini rod chassis makes a great little holder for it too. So whether you pull the mini rod or not, at least you got a nice little engine stand for it to sit in. Probably a little expensive, I would say, wherever you do your mini rod frame shopping at, but at least you got something that can hold it and you can move it out of the way when you need it.
Well, I also think it's probably one of those things where, oh, we've collected enough parts, let's put together another engine. Well, we've got 2 extra engines, so let's just have a mini rod.
Or usually mods pull later in the night, and you're gonna have classes beforehand. So, oh, we ain't doing anything for the before we're pulling the big mods. Well, let's just build the mini rod.
So a great draw here for Berg. He'll have his cash cow. That's the newest mini rod. Eli, we talked a lot about tires, and it just seemed like he had a really hard time getting those tires to check into the track and to really get him going forward.
I agree. It's almost kind of like the left one was kind of one-wheeling. It wasn't one-wheeling crazy, but the left one was definitely digging harder than the other one would really pick up, and it just would not get on top of it, couldn't get hooked up whatsoever. Running, but not really gunning. I like to call that the treadmill effect, where you're running, but you're not really going nowhere. And just not the pass that he wanted. I bet if he could do that over again, he could.
Yeah, and he's one of those pullers, too, that multiple sets of tires, always trying something different, trying to adjust to the track settings out here to make it work. So 169 and 57 will be the official distance, 169.57.
And then that'll bring us to the Beast of Burden. Adam Kester on his second entry will be up next on the mini rod side. On the two-wheel drive side should be Mr. Jonathan Payne. On my favorite truck from high school, the classic S10.
I want one of these so bad. That was going to be my truck, and you traded on my truck.
Much nicer than what I had when I turned 16. I have a bag.
I ended up with a beautiful saber. The green, 99 brown with the brown here. I love that car. That's good.
A little giddy up there on the starting line for Payne. Trying to engage those rear tires quickly. Three 316 and 93. So Jonathan Payne will go 316 and 93 with his first entry. Have some time to marinate about that distance and about that setup and make some changes to his second entry here in just a few hooks.
That'll bring him hot and nasty. Kurt Timmerman out of Cuba City, Wisconsin will be up next on our two-wheel drive side. Our current leader is the Showtime of Wayne Timmerman. So whatever they did to that first truck, I definitely would try to do it here to the second truck and find that right line here on this pit side track here as they hold a demanding lead here in the Optimum Batteries two-wheel drive trucks here this evening. Mini rod side, we're looking for Adam Kester out of Evansville, Indiana, the Beast of Burden machine.
So Kester really moving the sled over towards that left-hand side. We haven't seen very many of these mini rods do that. Very similar to the first place that he put for the first hook for him. And also last night, he had a really good effort with the Beast of Burden last night, ended up 6th with that. And then the walk the line ended up 2nd. So was able to gain a lot of data from those two hooks and to put them within, 2 places of each other in the order at the end of the night, showing great consistency with that. I know he's not very far down the road here from close to Evansville, Indiana, and so just a kind of a no-brainer to come here and hook. We're always glad to have him out on the Pro Pulling League circuit, but we're only seeing 2 of the 3 this weekend. I think he's got a vehicle in the hunt on another series, and so didn't want to bring it out here and really jeopardize anything he had going there. Started on that low left side, and then the track pulled him over towards the middle. Adam goes 296 and 92, 296 and 92. So with just 2 to go here in our mini rod class, it's going to be Jeremy Nelson still on top up there at 310 and 96. And then Tanner Nelson right behind him in second. Todd Boltman in third currently with the stress relief. Kester's Beast of Burden fourth, and then the Kansas Twister will round out the top 5 here with 2 to go to make our mini rod class complete.
I'm just glad the majority of them all been able to make it down the track here tonight so far on that left side. Whatever that little heart band, they must have got it worked out here today. So thank you to the track crew and all our track workers out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause here tonight. That is a thankless job, and it revolves repetitive. So thank you to all our track workers here tonight. You guys have done a wonderful job.
You know, you talked about the Timmermans being tough. No one tougher than Kurt and the Hot and Nasty. You know, this truck has something for Hillsboro, Wisconsin. You know, last year they won the belt buckle. This year they picked up a win on Saturday night. And so they have that truck dialed in for that Hillsboro track, probably being in their home state of Wisconsin. But it is a tough running machine for sure. To catch our leader, his teammate. So the current lead was 3:48.94. He'll come up just a little bit short at 3:42.07. 3:42.07 for the Hot and Nasty, so that'll solidify second place so far. And then Dale Nelson in Forever Hooked, holding down third.
Timmerman's going to 1 and 2 there, but I'd be scared when you look at the tail end of what this class consists of. Nelson. It'll be a tough end of the class there. It'll be a lot of walking down there into the track to see if they're going to wind up the winners here tonight, Saturday night.
This is going to be Jordan Nelson driving Brett Berg's North American trailer-sponsored mini rod. Jordan and Brett teamed up a couple years ago, so now that they've got 2 in the field, each driving 1. See Tanner Nelson up with his uncle in 7th in there. moving a lot of dirt with those tires, just not moving forward as far as he wanted to go. And as the class has gone on, this track has proved to be just a little bit tricky as he goes 284 and 84. 284 and 84. So now it'll bring up Jared Nelson in the Midnight Revenger, and it has been quite a season, for Jared. Kicked off the season in Tampico with a win there, goes to Macon, picks up a win, and then just really, had a little misstep in the beginning of the season, but just kept stacking up those points, over the course of the season. And some people will probably be like, well, I'm not surprised. He's a former champ in the category. But to develop the level of consistency that the Midnight Motorsports team has among all of the players in there, and we're talking about multiple champions, not just Jared as a repeat champion, multiple champions in that category in this class. And so to have that high level of consistency, of excellence, is just really, really hard to maintain. And, he comes into the night with a 27-point lead, which means that the least amount of points he could get tonight is 25. So really, he just needs to come out here and bump the sled. However, that's not the type of competitor that Jared Nelson is. And so we know he wants to lay down a good pass, not only to try to take the win, but of course, to try to get some good data for his teammates. His wife Bethany in the Sweet Revenge, a multi-time champ herself, she's in the hunt for second, and that is getting really tight. So wants to make sure he can get the data here, so make sure he can share with those teammates to keep the whole team at a high level, finishing strong here at this last hook of the season. Is that the front end really stayed low most of the way down the track, and then finally, when he got down to the top end, we saw it really kind of lift and launch a little bit. The leader was out there at 3:48 and 94. Nelson goes 3:52 and 14. How about it? A new leader.
I told you I'd be scared of the Nelsons there. Sitting in the wings here at the tail end of the class there. Found a very nice pass there, straight up the gut there. I would follow that line. I know if I was next, I would just try to go right up that line and see if they'd have something here.
So this will be the final hook here for our mini rods for the 2025 Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League season. We saw Jeremy Nelson fire up. He didn't make it to the track, so he dropped because of a mechanical. Issue getting fuel to the motor. So now on the track, hooked up to the sled. Here we go. Let's see the little hurricane. Heartland Express Mini, Logan Stevens. Jeremy Nelson and the Little Hurricane finishes 7th. 6th tonight, Walk the Line, Adam Kester. Logan Stevens and the Kansas Twister will be 5th. 4th, Beast of Burden, Adam Kester. Todd Boltman and the Stress Relief will step onto the podium in 3rd. Your runner-up, Half Past Midnight, Tanner Nelson. Also, congratulations to him, your 2025 SCS Gearbox Mini Rod Champion. And your winner tonight, Jeremy Nelson in the Category 1. Let's hear it for all of our Mini Rod tractors.
Tony Tatum up next. The Parts City Auto Parts, or at least Lisa Tatum be up next on the Parts City Auto Parts Chevy S10. Looking to do battle here. I'm not going to tell her what to do, but I would follow right up Jared's tracks here, and hopefully we got enough motor to carry him down into the top here.
Yeah, podium finish this season in Evansville, Indiana for the team. You know, life gets busy sometimes. You know, you're used to seeing 2 from Team Tatum out here, but, you know, Lisa has a very, very busy job and has to travel around the country. You know, she's not able to, you know, be home to help her dad work on the trucks as much. And it's just a lot. You know, if you think about bringing 2 vehicles out here, it's not just standing and pulling. It's all the other stuff that goes along with it. It's the maintenance for hours and everything. It's the cleanup. You know, it's the loading. It's the unloading. And so she said that she's very thankful for her dad. He's driven this truck for many years. And he stepped aside and is letting her pilot it. And she feels honored to take over the seat for her.
A nice pass there by Lisa, but I don't believe it's going to be enough here to grab the win. She goes 330.89, 330.89. Leslie, who do we got down in the winner's circle here?
Well, Jeremy, it was quite a night for you. You had all kinds of trials and tribulations. First, talk a little bit about what was going on with the Little Hurricane out there.
Well, when we went to turn the fuel on, apparently we shared a roll pin, so it made the barrel valve go over center, and it was leaning out, and I could tell pulling on the track something wasn't right. So that just added to our evening so far, and we're not done yet. We got, I don't know, 2 or 3 trucks back there to run yet.
Yeah, you've got that to go, but tonight it's a very exciting for you. First, let's talk about the win. You know, you come out here, last night was not a great night for you in the Category 1, and tonight is total redemption.
Yeah, last night wasn't what we was hoping for, but we salvaged it for a points night. I mean, all I wanted coming in here, I wanted Tanner to win the points, and I wanted to be second behind him. And last night that kind of went out the window, but we salvaged it, so tonight I just needed to redeem myself, and we did that. Couldn't let him win everything, so I got a win, he got the championship, and I guess mission accomplished.
You know, it seems to run in the family because his uncle did the same thing to him earlier this season, took a win away from him.
He's going to find out real quick that nothing comes easy, and especially wins on the Champions Tour. So if I got a chance to get one, by God, I'm getting it.
And you did tonight. Congratulations to you, your team. What an awesome season you've had with these mini rods.
Yeah, for sure. I got to thank Peter Norton, because if it wasn't for him, I mean, he owns the tractor, He lets me drive it. I had to drive both of them tonight, which was a little more than I'm used to, but we got the job done. But without him, I wouldn't be able to be out here playing with my son, chasing him all year. So we finished, that put us 1-2 in the points, so it's been a good year.
Getting us started here in the Hearts Diesel Silver Series Champion Seed Western Series 95 Limited Pro Stocks. Mr. Logan Stump doing the driving here for the Stump family here. The Running Red Warriors Boxcar Magnum out of Columbia, Illinois. They get us started for our 95 Limited Pro Stocks here tonight. 17 in competition, or 16 in competition. Nope. 15 in competition, two scratches here tonight. We'll be missing the Red Express, our winner last night, and Weezer as well. Weezer will be a scratch as well. Mr. Keith Myers going to be a scratch here this evening, so bringing the hook numbers down here for our 95 Limited Pro Stock. But don't worry, the competition will be stiff here, and a strong running unit going to get us started here on the option here. Logan Stump backing into the saddle, going to be our first one out of the gate here for a ever popular class, the 95 Limited Pro Stocks here. Green light, green flag, the Running Red Warrior Logan Stump. Class here, Logan Stump, the Running Red Warrior. Nice straight shot, straight up the gut, and that is where the pay dirt is going to currently sit in the high water of the track here for the Running Red Warrior. Hickory Hooker will be up next. Logan goes 3:22 and 79 to get us started. 3:22.79 it gets us started for the Running Red Warrior. And Logan is going to keep that. I was hoping he was going to keep that. It'd be hard to turn that down. Anything over 300 is always hard to turn down. But Logan is going to keep it to get us started here. 3:22 and 79.
3:22.79 and gets us started. Hickory Hooker will be up next.
So this is going to be Jonathan Hayes once again here in Rampage. Remember, he had clear entry from 16.
So the headers were telling the story there, and there were some sparks there. We're hope that it's not too bad there for the Rampage. Looks like he had just a little bit left in it. And he goes 3:03.14, 3:03.14 for Rampage.
Hickory Hooker will be up next for our 95 Limited Pro Stocks, sponsored by Sandcrest Trailer here. Our second in points right now, Adrian Cox will be up next, and he needs a great hook here tonight. He needs for sure at least the win, if not to be ahead of the Meyer Performance R&D. John Meyer Jr., currently your points leader here in the Kawasaki Parts Warehouse Limited Pro Stocks here this evening with a 4-point lead over Adrian Cox. So gonna need at least 2 placings to tie and at least 3 placings to take the lead there for Adrian Cox. Had the hired gun last night of Mr. Josh Miley. And we'll see what Adrian has in store here for the Hickory Hooker machine, a longtime campaigner in the Pro Bowling League. He used to campaign 85 limited pro stock, had 2 tractors in that, sold that tractor. Those tractors actually came over here to Illinois, and then they turned this tractor into a 4-1 tractor and had been a long time campaigner of Cox Motorsports machine here, the Hickory Hooker, on a beautiful Wheatland machine.
So here's the question. Would you rather, yes, we're gonna play Would You Rather. Would you rather be Adrian Cox and be an early hook in the category and go ahead and get your pull in and then be able to watch the rest of the 15, 14 vehicles that are left? Or would you rather be John Meyer Jr. and be a late hook in the category, I think it's the 12th or 13th hook, and have to watch everybody else go, then make your attempt? That's the question.
I'm going to go late just because I don't like suspense, and that drives me nuts. But I would take the late hook, not the early hook.
I mean, I think I take the late hook too, but I mean, I would want more data. I don't think it's really about the suspense for me. I think I'd like to see the track develop a little bit. You know, we kind of saw a little bit from the late limited super stocks, but they're only 6,000 pounds. Then we had the mini rods, they're 2,000 pounds.
Chalk line. He paid attention to the big pro stock class last night, because that's where the line was, at least in the big pro stocks, and set his mark here indeed to see if he can get himself a championship here this evening.
And he'll go 3:19 and 34, 3:19.34. So he'll be just about 2.5 feet back of the one in Red Warrior. And so that's the magic number for him is 3:19 and 34.
Up next will be the 618 Motorsports of Mr. Brett Hockstead for our 4-1s. After that, we'll have the limited edition, and then the Moody tractor will be our next 3 competitors.
The neon green truck hitting the track now, called the Corn Burner. Jason Sullivan doing the driving. And this will be the last hook for him of the season, where he can talk about being the reigning champion in the Optima Battery Super Modified 2-wheel drive category. A great season last year, capped it off in Hillsboro, Wisconsin, and got to spend the year being the points champion. He'll be the points champion for 2024 forever. Ran a limited schedule, which is this year for last, and ended season with a track. It a little bit here. He's going to stretch his legs on that run. And go 3:32 and 80, 3:32.80 for the Corn Burner.
I don't think anybody's going to have an answer for Jared out there. That was just a really good, clean pass that he had there. We'll see if the family may, but I just don't think it'll be there. That truck's been running hard all summer. It really set the tone there at Farley, and it has just been hard to beat all summer long here.
Yeah, and we thought that it was an unbeatable pass last night, and then Bethany came out in Sweet Revenge, and she had quite the tune-up on it and drove it a little more aggressive than we normally see her drive, and she was able to get around him out there. So it's kind of one of those never say never things. You never know kind of what's going to happen out here. But you're right. It was a great pass, and you know, I'm sure that somebody on his team would be glad to kind of steal it from him. We heard Jeremy Nelson say that, you know, hey, I can't let Tanner win it all. I gotta steal a little something from him here.
618 Motorsports, Brett Hockstead will be up here with the first of their entries on the 61841 tractor. Tractor formerly Mr. Caleb Ogle, the Red Light District Light Pro. Have you been up to the Midwest Winter Nationals? That tractor had great success there. This tractor's always had the ability to hook. No matter what, it always seems to hook to the track, and Mr. Hockstead has always done that here with his 4-1 as well. A strong running unit here, looking to mix up the order. Running Red Warrior in the lead right now, 3:22 and change is where the pay dirt currently sits. Green light, green flag for the red tractor of the white stripe.
Let's see what 618 has in store here for the Southern Illinois Showdown to end the 2025 season here. It's Brett Hockstead.
Stretched it out there on that left-hand sideline. He'll go 3:15 and 22. 3:15 and 22 for Brett Hockstead and the 618 Motorsports 4-1. We saw Chad Mayhill earlier in the P5 8 hooks ago, and now we'll see him in two-timing. We talked about Chad cutting tires. You'll see that CM Pulling Tires logo on the side there. His teammate Jesse Petro driving the utility vehicle down to the top end. These guys have been pulling together for a long time. Friends for ages, and then getting it done on the track here as well. Now remember, he told me roll those tires in at the top end.
On our Limited Pro side, we'll have the limited edition. Mike Bausma will be up next. Worthington, Minnesota on the 4000. John Deere machine. Moody on deck. Shigon 4.1. Mr. Brent Shorefide, you doing the driving here this evening. And Kendra Roush, you be thinking about it here for our Limited Pros.
Mayhill will go 3:34 and 49. 3:34 and 49. Going to be just outside the top 5 there. That'll put him in the 6th position. Right behind Michael White in Addiction. He's holding on to 5th. 4th right now, Forever Hooked. 3rd, Hot and Nasty. Showtime sitting in 2nd. And of course, the Midnight Revenger out front. We currently have 5 to go. in our Optima Batteries Super Modified two-wheel drive class. And then we've got more coming your way. We've got our 5.0 Pro Stock tractors. We've got 12 of those that you'll see here after our Optima Batteries Super Modified two-wheel drive trucks. So going to bring you, we saw some 10,000-pound big pros. We're going to see the 5.0 pros. And boy, do they make a lot of power and blow a ton of smoke. So you're going to want to stick around for that. We've appreciated having you here tonight at the track at Holzhauer's. They do 2 amazing events here, one in the spring and of course this one in the fall.
But I don't think they were swinging hard enough here this evening to try to snap the win here on the limited edition machine. Mr. Mike Bausman doing the driving on that machine out of Worthington, Minnesota.
Seemed a little bouncy off the line, like the hole shot that they got, just those tires just couldn't find some solid dirt to dig into, so they had to work a little harder to do that.
299.96, 299 and 96 for Bausma. We'll put a mid-pack here, our tail end of the pack here as we work our way through our Sandcrest Trailer Sales Limited Pro Stocks here, sponsored by Hartz Diesel and a Champion Seed and the Kawasaki Parts Warehouse.
Jansen Smith up next here in our two-wheel drive side on the pit side track. This one he calls the stimulus package. You saw his dad, Chris, pilot it for many years, transferring duties over to his son in the last 5 or 6 years, and you know, had a little bit of an inconsistent season this year. And you know, I talked to him earlier today, and you know, he was telling me that one of the big things for them is that they had talked about what they were already going to change for next year, and they decided, hey, you know what, instead of waiting until next year to do that and doing it over the winter, let's go ahead and do it right now. Let's go ahead. So they made some adjustments to their fuel system, and so they decided with, you know, a handful of hooks. There's 2 this weekend that they're going to hit. They're going to hit 3 next weekend in Ohio with the Ohio State tractor pullers. And so with that handful of hooks left, we're going to try this new fuel system. We're going to work it out. We're going to try to see if we can kind of line that out and give ourselves an advantage, you know, going into next season. And so it wasn't the result they wanted last night, but it did give them a baseline to grow from. And so that's what they're looking at here tonight. So excited to see what they can come with after making those adjustments. Track at Holzhauer's with a win. But a very respectable distance out here at 3:21 and 31. 3:21 and 31.
I think till we get to this tail end of this class of our Optima Battery Super Modified two-wheel drive trucks, it's going to take something a little different than straight up the gut here. I don't think that line is there anymore. I'd be interested to see when we get to the tail end here if somebody's going to move the cone left or right here, try something different, maybe a cross-track action here. We'll see what happens as the class progresses in the final few entries here.
Next should be the booty trackers for Justin Smith out of Dillon, Missouri here.
the Moody machine. Mr. Justin Smith campaigned a Pro Farm tractor for a long time and then sold that off and been campaigning this limited throw here.
Yeah, he definitely left the line with authority on that hook. That huge wheel stand that he was able to carry well past half track. Definitely got all 9,500 pounds into his rear tires.
Close from our perspective, but not close enough. 320 and 42, 320.42. That will slide him number 2 here right now as we reach about third of the way through the class. That'll bring up next Mr. Brent Shorefati out of the Holy Land of Hoyleton, Illinois on the Shigon 4.1.
Fleece Performance Engineering is a leader in diesel performance. Check out their complete lineup of drop-in Cheetah turbochargers, PowerFlow lift pumps, SureFlow sending units, CP3 injection pumps, cylinder heads, and more for your Cummins, Duramax, or Power Stroke at fleeceperformance.com. And if you want performance for your machine, make sure you check out the Optima Yellow Top Pure Flow Technology batteries, which are direct fit replacement batteries for many late model cars, trucks, and SUVs. Look for the ultimate power source at a quality auto parts retailer near you. Make sure you're always looking for the Yellow Top, that's the Optima, or at optimabatteries.com. David O'Driscoll will be up next with the Stone Cold, coming to us from Georgetown, Kentucky. Told me earlier it's been a little bit of a challenging year for him, but he said no matter what, I'm gonna finish what I started. I'm gonna show up, I'm gonna put in my laps, and I'm gonna learn with each hook. And so I thought that was just kind of a great attitude to have. You know, it hasn't been, you know, the season that he wanted, but even though that, he still showed up at every single hook. I believe that there were 13 on the season for this group of Optima Batteries super modified 2-wheel drives. Put his best foot forward and gave it his all at every event, and that's all you can do. You know, and as you're talking about a group of pullers here that a lot of them have at least 10 years of experience under their belt, most of them with more than 20. And so it's really kind of hard to break through when you've got a group of wily veterans like that you're up against every single night. And he'll log a distance of 3:21 and 92. 3:21 and 92, just ahead of the stimulus package there. Those guys kind of teammates, kind of run together from the same general area in Kentucky, not super close.
And on a limited pro side, we'll go to the second of the 618 entries here, the Shigon 4.1. Grayson did the driving last night. Brent's going to do the driving here this evening on the Shigon 4.1. Used to campaign a hot farm tractor back in the day. Campaigned it right here on this track. Had an 85 on this track. Finds his way to the 4.1 here today. She going. Judging the distance of the back of the sled here with that back wall, we're going to be right there with the leader, if I do say so myself, chasing down the running Red Warrior at 3:22 in change. Did not go far enough here tonight. 3:19.81, 3:19.81.
That's good enough currently for third place. And that'll move him ahead of the Hickory Hooker, who's currently in fourth by about 6 inches, 3:19 and 34 versus 3:19 and 81. So that's math even I can do as an English teacher. And listen, English teachers don't do very much math at all. So I can definitely tell that that's half of a foot and that's 6 inches. So that was some easy math. They've been making fun of me up here because I've got a unit conversion calculator on my phone that I've been using to figure out how many inches the hundredths of a feet will convert to. So listen, sometimes you got to use the tools that are available to help you out as much as you can.
I never thought of even using something like that, but I'm going to add that to my arsenal now.
Yeah, you can get pretty close and you can guess, like, you know, thirds and quarters and halves and all that, but you know, it really helps when you're getting down into the nitty-gritty of it. All right, so this is where things are going to get a little bit interesting and a little bit busy for the Midnight Motorsports team. So this will be Bethany Nelson in Sweet Revenge. She was your winner last night. She was able to storm it down through there. Drove a little bit more aggressively than we've seen her in a long time. Able to storm down through there and put herself on top of the heap. That gave her a little bit of cushion with where she sits currently solidly in second. Now, for her, the big numbers tonight come from two-timing and addiction because they are closest to her in points. And so Chad Mayhill in two-timing is sitting currently at 334 and 49. He's just 13 points back of Bethany Nelson. And so she kind of has a mark that she knows she has to beat. Of course, she wants to come out here, you know, and win tonight. But for the betterment of the team, you know, she wants to just make sure that she can stick that and stay there. The other contender here, a little bit farther out of reach, is Jeremy Nelson. He's currently sitting in 5th. He's got a tight race with Michael White, who's in 4th. And so that's only a 3-point spread, so he's got some work to do as well. So this could get very interesting. These team trucks back to back to back to close out the category. Is the one that the leader cone's at out there at 3:52 and 14. So Bethany had to surpass the two-timing machine at 3:34 and 49. She did that. The leader cone is at 3:52 and 14. She goes 3:52 and 63. Bethany Nelson trying to go for a repeat tonight.
Break out the brooms. We're going for the sweep. Kendra Roush will be up next. Billings, Missouri, on the high-class hooker John Deere. Looking to do battle here in our limited pro stocks. Still chasing the running Red Warrior. Set the bar here in the 95 limited pro stocks here at 322 and the 79. We'll see if she can catch it here. The lone lady, or no, I was going to say the lone lady, but we'll have two ladies in the class. Stephanie's going to be out a little bit later on the against the grain machine. And then we'll move to the Sugar Rush, and then some special edition. There'll be our three competitors in the Kawasaki Parts Limited Pro class here this evening. Sled here. I think we're going to be a little short there. We're going to mix up the top five. .316 and 15 for Kendra. 3:16 and a 1:05 for the high-class hooker Deere. Sugar Rush will be up next. Errol Domingue out of Arath, Louisiana on the Sugar Rush machine will be up next. Followed by the Special Edition and G-Force in our 95 Limited Pro stocks. On two-wheel drive side, we should be looking for Tanner Nelson out of Altamont, the Midnight Chaos.
They're getting ready to fire it up. You can see that white truck down on the starting line. They've got the starter attached. Tanner a little bit deeper in the points, currently 9th coming into tonight's event, and had a really good start to the season. Picked up a second in Macon, Missouri, and has had some highlights there as well as a second in Hillsboro, Wisconsin. And driving has just really come naturally for him this season. But again, I think you have to think about the history. And I talked a little bit about this last night. You have to talk about the rich history of bullying that this young man has in his lineage. We're talking about, not just his dad, Jeremy Nelson, but his mom, Misty Nelson, who was an ITPA track official and also a two-wheel drive driver. We're talking about, his grandfather. So the Midnight Chaos will log a distance here of 3:34 and 50. 3:34 and 50 will be the mark for Tanner Nelson. So that'll put him currently in 7th. 1 to go. It'll be the Midnight Gambler.
Errol Domingue will be out next on the Sugar Rush John Deere 4320. On this tractor for Mr. Chad Russell. Chad Russell's going to jump up to the 5.0 class. And Errol coming to us from Arath, Louisiana. 11 hours and 51 minutes to get here to the track at Holsowers per Google Maps. Straight south, go down to right before you get to New Orleans and hang a right. And about 3 miles off the coast of the Gulf of America is where he calls home a sugar cane farmer with an awesome name of Sugar Rush on her. We'll see what he has in store here. Rumor has it going to run Silver Series next year. We'll see what happens there, but glad to see it. Glad to see some more competitors coming from down south. I'm sure we'll catch him at Heyman, Louisiana for Mid-South's hook there later this, or early next season there, March, April time frame.
Yeah, Mid-South Puller is like an integral part here of the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League, and they've got some tough competitors down there. And, you know, that's the thing is that, you know, a lot of people think, oh, well, it's just, you know, a regional group, and that's not the case. You know, a lot of those pullers are just a little bit limited with their work schedule. They can't make the full Champions Tour, and so they run with their more regional group, but still some heavy hitters and some big players, you know, in those groups like the Badger State Tractor Pullers, Ohio State. You know, of course, we've got some regions in New York. You've got East Coast Pro Pulling over there as well.
Right there. Nice pass there by the Sugar Rush. Coming from 10 or 11 plus hours to get here, he is coming to play here this evening.
You know, I feel like we should put some Cajun on it. Like, I feel like you got to say Sugar Rush.
Sugar Rush.
Sugar Rush. Like,
I heard he's got great shrimp there. He was cooking some last night. I heard great Cajun shrimp, and I said, well, being a local, he better be able to get some good Cajun shrimp for the Sugar Rush.
Well, you talked about a contender out there. The current lead was that first hook of the night, the Runnin' Red Warrior at 3:22.79, and the Sugar Rush at 3:26.37. How about pouring a little sugar on it out there? The Sugar Rush taking the lead.
Definitely going to mix it up here in the limited pro class. Just when I thought that there was no lines out there, apparently there still is. I've been down this track all weekend, and one of these days I might learn that there is still something out there.
Listen, Thomas, I'm gonna need you to put that doubt away, okay? We've seen some amazing hooks here tonight, and the final one of this Optima Batteries super modified two-wheel drive class will be Jeremy Nelson and the Midnight Gambler. And it was interesting, you know, he was on his way back to the pits and stopped to do his interview for winning the mini rod class tonight, and he said, you know, I maybe could have kept that hook. He goes, I just felt like I had a little bit more in it. Why not come run a second time? So he had the opportunity to see everybody else from his team run in the category and to see if he can put an exclamation point on tonight by taking the win in this class too. He definitely threw all he had at it, but I don't know if it's going to be quite enough for that 3:52 and 63.
Special edition will be up next. Steve Bausma on our limited pro side out of Worthington, Minnesota on that John Deere 6030. What do we line up there, Leslie?
3:38 and 36 for Nelson. 3:38 and 36. Good enough to break into the top 5 tonight. So that'll do it here for our two-wheel drive trucks as we look at our top 10 tonight. It'll be Jason Sullivan in the corn burner rounding out the top 10. 9th tonight, two-time in Chad Mayhill. Tanner Nelson in the Midnight Chaos finishes 8th. 7th, Addiction, Michael White. Dale Nelson drove Forever Hooked to 6th place finish. 5th tonight, the Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson. Terry Timmerman drove Hot and Nasty to 4th. Stepping up on the edge of the podium in 3rd is the Showtime, driven by Wayne Timmerman. Jared Nelson will take 2nd for the 2nd night in a row tonight in the Midnight Revenger. And nothing sweeter than a repeater. Bethany Nelson in Sweet Revenge takes the win. How about it for all of the super modified two-wheel drive trucks?
The man with a plan will be up next, Mr. Mike Belsman, on the John Deere 60, or sorry, Steve Belsman, on the John Deere 6030, the special edition, looking to do battle here. Short of the leader pack here for Mr. Steve Bausman. That'll bring up the G-Force machine. Will be up next. Mike Gerlach. Time for one more. Josh Dutton and then Randy Stuckenschneider and the Family Feud. 279 and 36. 279 and 36 there for Steve Bausma on the special edition. And we're going to load the wagon on the Optima Batteries X-Factor sled here for our 5-0 pros. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Good competition over 5-0 pros to round us off here on the pit side. And we'll round off with our 95 Limited Pro stocks. And we're a little over halfway done with them here. Getting us started over there will be Mike Bausma on the special edition out of Worthington, Minnesota, Showstopper Pro. And then the Cottonmouth will be our first 3 competitors and our 5-0 pros here this evening.
Jordan Nelson, you are requested at the winner's circle. We cannot proceed without you.
All right, G-Force making his way to the track out of Stockton, Illinois. Pulls with the Badger State, Michael Gerlach, a longtime competitor at Super Farm, and now a 4-1 puller. brought that front end up, and that left that tractor very unsettled on itself. Lost his hat along the way as well. And all that front end up and down, missing his front end weight, that will hurt him on the drawbar, which in return will hurt him on his distance. 296 and 50, 296.50 for the G-Force here this evening. Time for one more. Mr. Josh Dutton will be up next out of Darien, Wisconsin. Family Feud on deck, and John Meyer Jr. in the hole. Leslie, I think we're going to need a bigger winner's circle just looking at, I don't think it's going to be big enough to get the whole Nelson family in there. We're going to squeeze in there.
Well, this is a big night, so you have to make sure that you get everyone included. So they're kind of stage deep in here. So first, Bethany, you know, last night was amazing. You were late hooking the class, and you came out here. Tonight, you come out and do the exact same thing. Did you buy a Powerball ticket?
No, I've got my butt kicked so many times by him. I mean, legit, he used to drive around me all the time. So for me to do it 2 nights in a row, I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's fun to win. Nobody comes here for second place. Even on our team, nobody comes here for second place.
You know, that's true. You know, we had a little debate upstairs, and we were trying to decide if we were going to pick a winner in a card game from this crew, who would you put your money on? And I said it would be you, because you seem to be the fiercest competitor out here.
Oh, yeah. The competitive roots run kind of deep, which is why we have 2 kids that are crazy competitive. But it's a pretty dream, I'd say almost a dream season for our team. We struggled a little bit last year, and John Card did his homework, and he's been behind us from the get-go and has put an awesome product out there, and it's shown this year. I mean, we have minis went 1-2 tonight. We had trucks go 1-2 tonight. We won 2 championships. So that speaks a lot for the people that put their parts behind us. Sassy Racing Engines, SSI, Chad Mayhill with the tires. Can't thank him enough. I mean, I wanted to get around him tonight because we were neck and neck in points, but he does a lot for our team, and without him, we wouldn't be where we are either.
Yeah, a lot of people here tonight. What a great night. You know, Jared, I guess I need to talk to the trophy husband. Okay.
I can't forget I'm sitting here talking all this about parts, but I obviously don't do most of the work on the trucks at home. So I need to thank the guy sitting next to me that works his butt off, sets up my truck. I mean, I literally get in the seat and get to drive and talk a little smack. It's really all I get to do. But this crew behind me, my brother-in-laws, my sister-in-laws, our kids, like, it's a family affair, and we've had so much fun pulling over the years, and this is just a pretty cool culmination.
It is, and that just means you're more than the trophy husband.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
You are. Really an exciting night to you, and you know, how's it feel to secure another championship too?
It feels real good to see the evens it up. She was leading 3 to my 2. Now we're even. So it's game on again. But no, I mean, like she said, last year we just fought parts failure, you know, just stuff breaking that was unavoidable. John really did do his homework. I mean, we went to bat and changed everything inside the motors, and this year, I mean, they're living, everything's working, everything's happening. You know, and when you have good products behind you, you just got to make your laps, and everything else comes together.
Well, I'm sure you guys are ready to celebrate, and we can't wait for the tiebreaker next year. That's what we're going to see. Great night for the team tonight. Congratulations once again.
Excitement below me here, and excitement out on the track. I believe we had some breakage there of Mr. Moore. Hopefully, it's just a spindle broken there, but man, when that motor goes upstairs like that, that can cause some havoc there on the valve train of that engine. Not what he was looking forward to take here this evening. bring up next Randy Stuckenschneider on the Family Feud machine out of Martinsburg, Missouri. Meyer Performance on deck, and killing time, Dean Halicki in the hole.
At Big St. Charles Motorsports, we're power sports enthusiasts and excited to help you experience the fun and adventure that a quality Can-Am, Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo vehicle can bring into your life. We're a power sports dealership serving the St. Charles area, offering the best in new and pre-owned motorcycle and other power sport vehicles. Our friendly and knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are ready to offer outstanding service at every point, from assisting while you're making your choice to ongoing maintenance and customization. At Big St. Charles Motorsports, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationship with our customers, and we do that by making sure to exceed your expectation. Contact us today at 636-203-7890 or online at BigStCharlesMotorsports.com.
Showstopper Pro going to make his way to the track now out of Salina, Ohio. Looking to mix it up here. The 5.0 pros getting started at 3:07 and 73. 3:07.73 for Mike Bausman to get us started for our 5.0 pros here tonight. 680 cubic inches. 5-inch turbocharger on top, one single turbocharger. They're all running the exact same turbocharger. We like to call it in the pulling world the box turbo from Weimer fuel injection and turbo. Everybody in this class will be running that 5-inch turbo. Everything else is pretty well all pro stock, minus the intercooler. Take the intercooler off. They're making a little over 3,000 horsepower and trying to get that down into 24.5s at 10,000 pounds here. We'll see what the Showstopper Pro has in store here.
To beat there. We're around those same distances that we saw during our super modified two-wheel drives. It'll be 3:35 and 66. 3:35 and 66 for the Showstopper Pro. So that will be a new mark to beat early in the class. And on our other track over there, we're gonna get Randy Stuckenschneider hooked up to the sled. The tractor he likes to call the Family Feud.
And I got home last night at, I don't want to disclose what time this morning, but it was really late. And I get on, do my nightly thing before I go to bed, get on Marketplace and see what's for sale. And I see this tractor is for sale on Marketplace right now. It was just a fad. We're not really going to get her sold. Supposedly, tractor is for sale on Marketplace.
Ready and now for sale.
It could also be
like the guillotine closed on it, maybe?
Well, the good part is that there's no parts on the ground. I almost think we're running out of oil dry tonight, so I think that's a good thing. So We're going to take a peek inside there, look underneath, and see if they've got any damage, but it'll be definitely take something for further inspection. It'll be 292 and 93 in the books for the family feud. So we've got a field of 15. We've got 3 left to go. And our leader continues to be here. The Sugar Rush. Yeah, you got to put some Cajun on it.
Sugar Rush.
I'm practiced because my kids are obsessed with swamp people. My kids watch swamp people all the time, especially when they watch like the reptile invaders where they go out in the swamp and they catch the snakes. I'm really a little worried that I'm going to catch them like in the woods behind our house trying to catch snakes.
Well, I got a vacation planned out for you when the poll at Heyman comes up next year. You, John, take the kids down there for the poll. Go see the alligators. Go see everything else. You get treated like royalty down there. It's a very nice hook, and I highly recommend it to anybody that likes tractor pulls.
Well, then they're going to end up on the airboat with Troy, looking for pythons in the swamp at night with their headlamps on. So I have a feeling that's where they're going to end up. Bringing it back, talking about snakes, it's going to be the Cottonmouth. Richard Warren from Stott City, Missouri.
We couldn't do that again even if we tried.
Never in a million years. Rounded out the top 10 last night with his effort in this 5-0 Pro Stock class.
Richard was pulling 5-0 before 5-0 was even cool. Campaigned 4-1 for the longest time, just did not have the success there and was really tired of spending the money. His engine builder, DNR Pulling Mr. Rodney Schnitker, up here suggested the 5-inch trailer, and he went just that's still an ag chassis underneath the machine. But a very competitive machine. Scout that he tugs that around with. The paint is the exact same paint on the tractor, and the front rims of this tractor are also the same rims on his Scout as well. Him and his wife, lovely family, and an awesome tractor pulling crew here.
Yeah, every time that I see Richard at an event, I think my husband does it too. He sees him and he's like, you know, my wife loves your Scout. It's a beautiful, beautiful restoration. 314 and 09, 314.09 for the Cottonmouth.
I remember one time I was at a hook there, and I was standing there by him, and his wife's a little shy of driving the Scout around and dragging it around there. And Richard goes, "Hey, do you want to pull me pull me up over there?" And he didn't even finish the line, and I was already in the Scout, had it fired up, backed up, and I was ready to pull him around there. Just a lovely, lovely machine there.
Yeah, you're not going to have to tell me twice. There was once upon a time, the Pro Pulling League did a pull at the Salem Speedway in Salem, Indiana, and it's got the same banking as Bristol. And we happened to be there a day early, and the guy asked me, he said, "Do you want to drive the Mustang pace car and take a hot lap?" And so it was me and Dale Nelson. You saw him out here in the two-wheel drive class in Forever Hooked. I got in first. It was a standard. It was amazing, and you don't realize like how much it wants to throw you up into those corners with the banking. I'm having the time of my life over there. I'm probably only driving this thing 75 miles an hour because that's all the faster I can get it in the straightaway before I got to back out of it to get it. Dale Nelson is holding on for life. It should be at 326 and 37 out there. It should be pretty close to that. And it looks like he could have even exceeded that. And so, yes, he did. John Meyer Jr., the Meyer Performance R&D goes 328 and 31, and that will do it.
puts him in the lead and should lock in the Kawasaki Parts Warehouse Championship here this week in there. Nice pass there by Mr. John Meyer Jr.
So with just 2 to go, we've had another lead change here in the class. So proving nothing short of exciting here with our Kawasaki Parts Warehouse 9500 Limited Pro Stock tractors. We'll see Brett Hackstadt once again on the track from right here in Nashville. This one, not a 618 Motorsports machine. I know that makes you really happy. It's got some graphics on it. Calling this one the Twister.
And when they came out with the name on Facebook there, I didn't know if it was because they like playing Twister during lunch in the shop, or they just fans of Glenn Powell after the new Twister movie, or maybe the old Twister movie. But no, sadly, this tractor, when it was getting the rear end put in it at Josh Miley Performance, a tornado hit the farm there of Miley's and knocked the shed over basically on it. And I believe scratched only thing it really did was really scratch up a fender, I do believe, but most of the shed door was laying on the tractor there. So then they gave her the appropriate name of Twister.
Yeah, good thing for the Miley family, Andrea and Josh there, their sweet little boy Brooks. You know, they were building a new house and then got displaced because where they were living, was damaged by the tornado, and everything is really coming back together for them. They said it's been a slow but sure process, but everything kind of coming back together. Their new house is under roof now, and special thanks to the community there. They said the community really pulled together to kind of help them with the cleanup, and you just never realize just how devastating something like a tornado is until it happens to you, and you have to kind of live through it. And they said it's been a lot, but they've made it through, and they're glad to be on the other side.
By the Twister machine, Brett Hoxton. A new unit to him. He's pulled the 4.1, he's pulled the Pro Stock, but a whole different animal here, this 5.0 Pro Stock, and it's going to probably take some time for him to get it all figured out here.
He's going to go 326 and 96, 326 and 96. And the crazy thing for me is if you look at it by the numbers, we've got 9,500 pound Pro Stocks with a 4.1 turbo, and we've got 10,000 pound Pro Stocks with a 5.0 turbo. It doesn't sound like that much difference, but when you hear the two different vehicles run, it is a completely different sound that comes out of both of them.
Yeah, that Sigma pump probably has a lot to do with it, but man, I think they snap and crackle and pop just like a big Pro, and they really put on a great show. It's been a kind of a staple here in Illinois, here with ITPA, and they put on a great little show every little place that they can go.
So Dean Hollicky from Waterville, Minnesota, up next in killing time, and he's going to have a lot of time to kill on the way home. You want to talk about the 11 hours back to Louisiana, 589 miles for Dean and family to get back to Wisconsin up there, so Minnesota. So, definitely a long drive for them.
Until about 225 feet there, and I think we might have a new leader, or definitely a shake up there in the top part of the pack.
Great setup by the team, and it'll be close. 337 and 65. That is not close, friends. That's like 9 feet on the competition. So Hollicky will move himself into the #1 spot. John Meyer Jr. will move down to second. The Sugar Rush maintains a podium position right now in third.
And Stephanie Merklin will round us off here on Richard Doves against the grain. She will be doing the driving here for Richard out of O'Fallon, Missouri. And we'll see what Stephanie has in store here to round us off here in our 95 Limited Pro Stocks here on Saturday night at the Southern Illinois Showdown. On our 5-0 side, that Womp, I can pick that Womp. I didn't even have to look at the lineup, but I can pick that Womp out. Don't ask me why, I can just pick that one out. This is one of the only tractors I probably can. But that sounds like the hunted machine of Mr. Chris Schaubert out of Shattuck, Illinois, on a beautiful looking John Deere looking to do battle here this evening.
And, you know, we talk a lot about like 5 inches, and just to kind of give you some, you know, perspective, you know, think about like a can of soda. Like a regular, you know, 12-ounce can of soda. You know, think about putting that inside the intake of the turbo. That's just about how big that turbo is on these Pro Stocks, that they're spinning those blades to push all that air. And remember, a turbo kind of acts like a giant air compressor. It's going to force air down in the engine, and it's all about the fuel, the water, the air, that you can make that perfect combination in the combustion chamber. And so, of course, the more air, you need more fuel, and then you're going to make more power. So the more that they can force in there, the more power they're going to be able to put into that drive line to the rear end to try to hook up to the track. So it's just, it's really cool the way that the mechanics work. And, you know, I know it's late in the night, but, you know, it's to your advantage to get here early in the day to walk around the pits and just look at the plumbing and see what's really happening under the hood of one of these 5-liter Pro Stock tractors, because it will just shock and amaze you. The fuel lines and the lines for the air and the water lines from the intercooler, everything that happens inside that beautiful custom sheet metal.
Nice pass there by Mr. Chris Schaubert, the hunted machine, the first of the DNR stable there. We'll catch the bite and binder here a little bit later. Danny Schnicker could be doing the driving of that.
When I think that he went by us so fast that neither one of us, Eli, realized just how far he went. He actually goes out there, takes the lead at 3:41 and 70. 3:41 and 70 for the hunted.
And that's where we'll set the pay dirt, the high mark here in the class. Chris Schaubert having a point to prove here this year. Nice pass there for the hunted machine, but there's no slouch here to follow, that's for sure. Between the Couch family, his teammate Danny, Jeff Parker, the former winner here as well, Brad Begman. It ain't over until the fat lady's singing, as that old saying goes. And then that'll bring up Mr. Brian McNeil. He probably gets the award for the farthest drove this weekend, if I do say so myself. Our only competitor from New York, Mr. out of Greenwich in New York, Brian McNeil on the MX 254. Gonna be up next. Change of pace on deck and the bite and binder in the hole.
Stephanie Merklin on the line from O'Fallon. One of my favorite places to stop right before I get to St. Louis. That's usually how far I make it before I get hungry. And I don't want to stop in the city, and so I always stop in O'Fallon over there. The tractor called against the grain, and she's got her work cut out for her here. But the good news is that the leader in our 9,500 limited pro stock class just ran, and so she's got a good gauge, and her team has a good gauge of track conditions out there, and knows that there's good track left for her to put in a solid pass.
Talking with Richard Dove, who done most of the driving this summer with a brand new build for him for 2025. You know, last night was probably one of the better tracks that it had been on, so they really didn't know what to do as far as weight, setup, how anything goes. It is no slouch. Got second in points at Excalibur. Stephanie, a big part of the Excalibur organization. She's pretty well the ones and twos and does the computer work there for the Excalibur organization. So look at the close speed here tonight. This is the range.
It looks like she may have lost a weight when that front end came crashing down. And so if you do look closely underneath those front tires, you'll see kind of like a set of skis down there. And that's basically so if something were to happen like this, where it kind of crashes down a little bit hard, it doesn't take it all the way down to where it will break the wheels off. And so you can see those weights on the front just kind of clip. They're just basic tractor weights out there. And so they are, you know, just like you would put them on a tractor, so they're not very secured. Some people will actually run a rod through the middle of them to secure them. These were not. And so unfortunately for her, I think she'll get a measurable distance, but she might also unfortunately be disqualified for losing parts on the track. So I know super frustrating for her too. She has never driven this vehicle before. It was her first time. Really a lot of nerves out there as well. Not what she wanted to do. Wanted to really spin in a pass at the top end. And so how about it, fans? Let's give her a tough luck round of applause. Giving a good effort here tonight. Give a wave there, Stephanie. We know that doing your best out there, not the results that you were looking for here tonight. Of the sled behind him. Good job driving, keeping it in bounds, getting that measurable distance. He'll go 294 and 40, 294 and 40 for that. You know, I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have to drive a dozen or so hours back after not having the best hook of your night. I think that would be really difficult to stomach, because there's nothing worse than windshield time to make you reflect.
And that's the one a lot of these guys do. They're thinking there, like what they could have done, what they should have done, what they saw. You know, hindsight's always 20/20, of course. But yeah, I think it was 15 hours, I believe, is what we determined last night, or 14 or 15-hour drive home. That's a long Sunday there to sit there and ponder, basically.
That's like a whole series on Netflix. You could get that in on the way there and watch the second season on the way back. That's insane. So again, that'll do it for our Kawasaki Parts Warehouse 4-1 Limited Pro Stock tractors. Rounding out the top 10, it'll be the limited edition. Mike Bausma, Brett Hackstack, and the 618 Motorsports 4-1 is 9th. 8th tonight, the high class Hooker and Kendra Rauch. Adrian Cox and the Hickory Hooker finishes 7th. 6th tonight, Shigon 4-1. Brett Shorefighty, Justin Smith, and Moody finished 5th. 4th, Runnin' Red Warrior, Logan Stump. Stepping on the podium in 3rd, Aaron Domand, the Sugar Rush. 2nd tonight, Meyer Performance R&D, John Meyer Jr. And your winner tonight, Dean Holicky in Killin' Time. Let's hear it for our 4-1s.
Up next, we'll have a change of pace HD here. Mr. Brad Beckman doing the driving out of Minden, Illinois. The international tractor, formerly of the Badger State Series Pro Stocks, the Stampede of Blaine Stam, and finds his way down to Minden, Illinois for the Beckman family. Another name in the pulling series. They've pretty well done it all for Pro Farm. 85 Limited Pro, 95 Limited Pro, and finding their way to 5-0 Pro here this evening. Your current points leader for the Western Series, 5-0, is pretty well going to get it done as long as he gets this hook in here. It is a tough running unit indeed. Shares the seat time with his son Brennan. Brennan's going to back him into the saddle here, and Papa Dad Brad is going to do the driving here to round off the season.
So once again, Brad Begeman from Minden, Illinois. Change of pace. Love watching these pro stocks come to life. You know, we saw the 10,000 pound pro stocks on the Champions Tour earlier. These get the same thing going on. That beautiful smoke that's gonna heat up a little bit. It's gonna turn gray.
I'm down here in the winner's circle with our 95 Limited Pro Stock winner, Dean Halicki, here on the Killin' Time machine. You know, Dean, when we were sitting with John Mears yesterday, and when we watched you guys roll in, and he goes, "Who's here from Minnesota?" And I look up in the driver's cabin, I go, "Well, that looks like Dean Halicki." And you pulled up a little bit further, I go, "Oh, wow, that is Dean Halicki. What a drive to get here." He goes, "Well, the competition just stepped up, and tonight you proved it there. You showed everybody how it's done there after your big win in Farley to begin the season here. Man, to cap off the season like this with a good win here at the track at Holzhauer's. Congratulations to you, sir."
Thank you. And, you know, before I get too off track here, I got to thank Holzhauer's for such a nice facility, pro polling league. What a well-run event, and all the fans that are out here. I got to thank Carlton Cope, Jim and Steve from Weimer Performance, Limke's. Simons gave me a little hardware for the back of the tractor. I borrowed some parts this week, so I owe them a little bit. The Mac Trailer Group, my wife, kids, Brett Berg, Rob Russell, and like I say, everybody at Holzhauer's and the Pro Polling League. What a nice event.
Well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, your 95 Limited Pro Stocks here tonight, Dean Halicki on the Killing Time. And we'll go to Danny Schnitker now out of the Holy Land of Hoyleton there, MX 255, known as the Bite and Binder, the D of DNR. Shares the seat time with his dad, Dennis. Dennis had been taking a backside here in the last 2-3 years, and Danny has been doing some driving. Danny, a longtime mechanic on the tractor, and working on the motor and doing the mechanical side of things. Had to buy her fire suit, and it was time. Dennis said, it is time for you to learn how to drive. I'm done driving. So Danny had been doing the driving and has done a wonderful, wonderful job at it. Looking to snap the win here this evening. Brad laid down a heck of a pass there on that change of pace machine. We'll see what the Bite Binder has in store here. No slouch of a tractor. A lot of work in the off season here.
We'll see if it works out here this evening.
Coming out of the hole with that giant flame out of the stack. And we're seeing these passes just get a little bit faster as the night progresses, a little bit more aggressive on their hole shot. They're able to get a little bit better grip on the track and get up and running. He'll mix it up a little bit at 335.00, 335 even here.
That will move us to Jackson, Tennessee. Chris Couch doing the driving here tonight of the High Cotton Machine.